on my tongue, iron in my lungs, blood on the snow, name on their shields, night in my veins, storm in my ears, wolves trace our steps, gods count our kills. You are waiting for Valhalla, I can hear it in your roar. Every scar a burning banner, every heartbeat keeps the door. You are waiting for Valhalla as the crows begin to call. If I fall in thunder. You are waiting for Valhalla. Frost on the oars, breathe like white smoke. Eyes on the shore, fire in the dark. Both on my tongue, salt on my cloak. If this is the end, let it leave a mark. You are waiting for Valhalla, I can hear it in your roar. Every scar a burning banner, every heartbeat keeps the door. You are waiting for Valhalla as the crows begin to call. If I fall in thunder. You are waiting for Valhalla. If I do not see the morning, carry my name in your mouth. Raise up the horn, pour the glory, let my children hear the shout. Hey! You are waiting for Valhalla, I can hear it in your roar. Hey! Every scar a burning banner, every heartbeat keeps the door. You are waiting for Valhalla as the crows begin to call. If we fall in thunder. You are waiting for Valhalla.
Hello. Uh-oh. Are we echoing? I feel like I'm echoing. Hopefully not. Let me figure this out. We got most of the new studio done. We got Munchkin right here as well in her new spot. It's not completely done. All right. I got to figure out. I'm echo. Yeah. You guys don't have an echo? All right, guys, you don't have an echo. Let's make sure why I have an echo. Tech. All right, we're... oh, wait. No, that's right. One sec, guys. New studio. I'm going to be dealing with a little technical difficulties, probably. Hold on. Turn off echo cancellation. Or headphone volume. Well, check. All right, this is going to get annoying. Don't know why it's doing that. Anyway, let me see if I can. It sounds good on your end. That's good, but I can hear myself in my own headphones. One sec, guys. So let me just explain what happened today. All right. We went to put out a new video this morning with talking about Thomas Massey's election. My computer completely bricked. Had to completely factory reset it. It is echoing now. Fuck. Hold on. This is a brand new microphone too because my microphone died. All right. Let me try something. I knew this was going to be dealing with problems. Echo cancellation. Let me do this. Actually, I got an idea. I think this is what's doing it. All right, give me 1 sec, guys. I got to reset. And we'll be right back. All right. How about now? Are we good? Okay, I can't hear myself anymore. Okay. Hopefully, can you guys hear me? We are good if you guys can hear me. All right, we're good. All right, we got Munchkin. Okay, new studio, almost complete. What's going to be different here, this sign is not going to be there. We got the brand new logo, summer themed neon sign. It was supposed to arrive today by 3 p.m. Pacific. And then, of course, UPS updated me about an hour and a half ago that it won't arrive until upwards of 9 p.m. So we are almost there, but we're close. All right. We got some new stuff here today in the new studio. Obviously, Munchkin now has her own hangout. It's her first time in the studio, so she's probably a little pissed off. We got a new cow that we're going to have to get a name for. We'll probably vote on that name later. But anyway, sorry, guys. That's actually not that many technical difficulties to work with. I think that like the lighting's better in here, right? So, everything actually, we got matte paint, so everything doesn't fucking reflect off of everything. But yeah, this section right here is going to be different. It's just, again, all the cool new shit didn't show up in time for the stream tonight, but it will be here. We'll probably set it up. It's supposed to arrive midstream, so might have the wife update it midstream tonight. Okay, what we're going to be talking about today, aliens. Aliens are real. The Department of War, the Pentagon, released the alien files, just like the Epstein files. I've got the files. I've downloaded a bunch of them. I've been going through them. So we are going to talk all about the new goy slop distraction, aliens, right? MAGA aliens, because it turns out it's all MAGA that have seen the aliens. We're going to go through all of the MAGA congressmen that have seen the alien files. Yes. This is going to change everything. It's going to rewrite Christianity for the ages. It turns out Trump is actually a space-traveling alien Christ who is actually Jesus. He's our daddy. And this is going to rewrite the Bible. Again, this is not my words. We're going to get into this. This is actually what MAGA is putting forward now. And here's the crazy thing, guys. We're going to start out with some polls. We're going to start with some polls, right? Because most of us are sitting here doing this right now, right? And that is, let me pull. I got to get my stuff pulled up here. Again, I had to completely factory reset my fucking computer as well, so some of my settings aren't completely correct. But this is what we're all thinking right now, right? Hey, this guy's disclosing alien stuff instead of the Epstein client list. Nobody gives a fuck. Yes, no, nobody seems to care. about aliens. Isn't that interesting? So first thing, we got to do a couple polls before we kick the show off, all right? And then we're going to get into the alien files, yes, and straight from the Pentagon, ladies and gentlemen. Oh boy. If you haven't seen these yet, you're going to love it. Okay. First thing I want to do before we get into all the data, all the new releases from the government, from the Trump administration, we're going to start with, how do I frame this? I don't want to say, do you believe aliens are real? Because according to the government, they're real. Duh, right? We're just talking about it openly now. Do you believe, let's say, UAPs, right, or UFOs, same shit, are non-human? Okay, that's important context because MAGA has already got the new spiel that these are they're angels and demons. They're angels and demons. I don't have a huge problem with that, but again, it's a little silly. What's going on here? All right. So first thing we want to start with, I misspelled believe here. I don't really care. Whatever. Do you believe UAPs are non-human? Non-human. Okay. This means they could be aliens. They could be extraterrestrial. They could be interdimensional. They could be aliens, demons, anything besides government goy slob. Okay. Do you believe these UAPs are non-human? Let's start with that poll first, and then we're going to do a second poll after this. All right. But this is the first poll. We got to set a ground floor for what we believe in before we get into tonight's episode because, man, there's a lot to talk about with is this another big distraction, another White House Correspondents' Dinner, right? Another Iran war, or even though we're probably just distracting from the debacle that is the war. But let me know what you guys think. All right. All these UAPs that we're seeing, do you believe that these are non-human? They're either alien, they're interdimensional, they're demons, it doesn't matter what you believe they are. Do you believe they're not? No, that these are, again, outside the realm of regular human technology. Okay. We'll do that one first. Now, I want to kick this off again with anything. We have to start with some comedy. And Tim Dillon's already all over this one. So let's get Tim Dillon's take on the new alien files release as of, I believe, last night they released these. Here we go.
The government has spent the last week telling you there are underground alien bases in the ocean and maybe in the center of the earth. And those aliens are fighting each other and may start to fight you. And you know what the response has been? Pretty muted.
Yep.
From the public. It's been a pretty muted response. No one really cares that much. Nobody cares that much. The government's literally coming out and going, hey, so we're being observed by a higher race of interdimensional wah, wah, wah. People don't care. People do not care. And I kind of love that. This bitch, Anna Paulina, whatever her name is, God bless her, Anna Paulina Luna.
That's fired.
She's out there talking about interdimensional beings.
We're gonna get to all the MAGA congressmen's statements on this, by the way, guys. Don't worry. I got all the clips.
Everybody, that guy Tim Burchett is out there saying they're under the water. And by the way, maybe they are, but no one cares. Nobody's really worked up about it. That's where we are now in this country. No one's really worked up about the fact. And now this is all a distraction. They could have disclosed this stuff a long time ago.
Yep.
The reason they're disclosing it now is because they want people to go crazy now. So regardless of whether this is true or not, or there's elements of it that are true, or maybe it's all true, but now they are trying to drive you insane. It is the last thing they have. They're actually trying to terrify you and drive you insane now. That is what the government's doing. It's why they're doing this. There's no other reason. There's no other reason they're telling, unless there's some War of the Worlds scenario they're cooking up. That they're going to, I don't know what the hell they're going to do. But why would you start telling people this stuff now?
Yep.
The reason is quite simple. They are trying to drive you insane.
Okay. That's important context for us to start with. That's the first thing of course we were going to ask. And man, I got to get some like some soundproofing done in this. The studio is way bigger than my old studio, guys. This is just one piece of it. We have a second studio that's right here to my right, and I got to get some of the foam padding in here. I can hear myself echoing. Anyway, okay, let me see what you guys thought. 50-50 on if they're human or not. The next question, and this is going to follow up on what Tim was just saying us, do you give a shit? Just do you give a shit about aliens? About the Trump aliens? That's all. Do you care? Me personally, I heard about this and I went, wow, that sounds like goy slop. Sounds dumb as fuck. I'll tell you, I've started going through the files and you're going to be disappointed a little bit. I'll tell you that. We'll get to them as we go. But do you care? Do you care? Okay. Now, and guys, they released the files, like some of the files. Of course, this is going to be a slow drip, just like the Epstein files, right? But they actually put the website up. I don't know if you guys have been to it, but I do have it here. All right. So I'm sorry, guys. I'm going to try to keep a straight face on this episode because it's getting silly, right? Let me kick it off with a meme, right? And this is really what I feel. Right? Are they going to release the Epstein files? And then here's Kash Patel telling us that aliens are real. This is kind of how I feel about this whole thing. Maybe they're real, maybe they're not, maybe they're aliens, maybe they're demons. I don't really fucking care personally. It all feels like a giant distraction. To Tim's point, why now? Why now? Like ancient aliens has been around as a thing for what, since Samaria. We've been talking about this, and just all of a sudden, this is the time we're releasing the alien files. You know, off the back of the Epstein debacle, the Iran war that's a catastrophe, well, can I even say it here without getting my stream shut down? I think I can say pandemic. I think I can say that word based off what just happened to us in the last video we did. We have all of these things happening, right? And now, all of a sudden, we're going to release the Epstein, we're not going to release the Epstein files. We're going to release the alien files. All right, let me get back to this. The website itself is just let's look at the website itself. Have you guys seen the website? It's the Pentagon website. Okay, so let's do this first. Let's go to the actual Pentagon website. Yes, they released it today. Here it is. The U.S. Department of War. We're going to talk about everything I'm seeing here. This is the alien at war.gov/UFO. This was what was dropped, I believe, yesterday or last night or today. First thing I noticed, all right, let's look at this. There's videos. We got videos. We got pictures. We're going to go through these. Don't worry. Here's what I noticed right out the gate. They lead with a Truth Social post. Okay, so they lead with a Truth Social post by Trump, and it says this: Donald J. Trump. Let's talk about this, right? Let's talk about this. And this is the actual website, guys. You can see up here, right? You guys can see. I don't know if you guys can see. You can't see. War.gov/UFO. It's the Pentagon's fucking website. This is not some, website from some alien enthusiast. Okay, you can see. You can actually like scroll through. Look at these pictures, guys. This is a little taste. This is a little taste of what you're going to get in the alien files here. Whoa, look at this. This is crazy, dude. Oh, what's that? Oh my God, it's proof. Angels exist. There it is. Oh my God. Whoa. Okay. Anyway, sorry. I'll stop being sarcastic. Let's just go back to the actual. Let's get back to the actual. Let me get back to this site. First thing I noticed, a Donald Trump True Social post. The first thing I noticed, and tell me if you guys noticed this too, they used like 1960s CIA typewriter classified document font. You guys notice that? They didn't use regular font. They had to be super theatrical, right? And use the classic like typewriter font that you'll see top secret documents in. So again, when we're talking about performative bullshit, whatever. Anyway, Donald Trump says, based on the tremendous interest shown Oh, that's all it takes to release files is tremendous interest. Interesting. We'll talk about that in a second. I will be directing the Secretary of War and other relevant departments and agencies to begin the process of identifying and releasing government files related to alien and extraterrestrial life, unified aerial phenomenon, and unidentified flying objects, and any and all information connected to these highly complex but extremely interesting, important matters. God bless America. Now, first thing I notice, isn't this incredible? When it comes to releasing files, apparently all it takes is tremendous interest by the American public. What other files have tremendous interest by the American public that we just are not releasing? What files might be those? Anyway, now, as we move down here, let's keep it going. Right. In response to Donald J. Trump's directive for transparency. Yes, Donald Trump. Yes, the directive for transparency. That's what he's all about. On U.S. government information regarding UAPs, the Department of War will support with the Office of Director of National Intelligence overseeing government, yada, yada, yada. Okay. Now, as you can see here, we get down to it. They released 17 pages. 17 pages of files. We're going to get into some of this as we go. Okay. Let me just show you right out the gate. I've downloaded some of these, what this stuff entails. Here we go. This is the files they're releasing, by the way. Here we go. Flying Saucers. Amalgamated Flying Saucer Clubs of America Incorporated. The Flying Saucer Conventions in Reno, Nevada in 1966 with some keynote speakers. Yes, flying. Everywhere you look here is going to be flying saucers, little green men, right? These are all files. Hold on, let me get, here we go. What is this? These are literally just fucking news articles from the 50s and 60s from different news outlets. This is all shit we've all seen. Of course, right? Tracked by radar. UFOs sighted over west section of district. Again, guys, these are downloaded straight from the website. These are the files. 16s tell of chase by buzzing lighted UFOs. Whoa, crazy. Right? Oh, here we go. Would you believe? Saucer visits. I mean, this is, look at this. Look at this, what they're showing. Look at these pictures. This is the part of the files from the fucking Pentagon. These are pictures from movies and TV shows. 100 watch UFO, flying saucers mystery. Like, this is what they released as these are the files. This is not me. Guys, this is not me making this up. I downloaded these directly from these files. I literally went file by file, right, on these files. I figured, oh, this is going to be crazy. We're going to see some crazy stuff. And as I started downloading them, this is all this is, right? It's just fucking old news articles and TV shows from the 50s and 60s. This is what the government is releasing as proof that the aliens exist. Again, guys, this is not me. This is what they're putting out. All right. So we're let's look at this. This is from these are the files. Ooh, PC reports. I saw 6 flying saucers. Flying saucers are popping up all over. These are this is it, guys. This is the files. They just put together a bunch of shit from the 1950s and 60s. Flying saucers. Look, it's all from the 60s. It's crazy. None of this is new. None of this is new. I thought we were going to, we got briefed, and we're going to get into, Tim Birch and Anna Paulina Luna coming out and say, this changes everything. It changes history. It changes the Bible. Jesus was actually an alien. This is what they're saying, and this is what they fucking drop on us. Right? Okay, we'll come back to that, all right? And let me show you this. This is a video from the files that proves Anna Paulina, Anna, I like you, but my God. Anna Paulina Luna said this video is why it proves that angels exist. Here we go. This is it. This is an angel flying around. This is what Congress was talking about. The proof. This is from the files, guys. That's their big file. That's the big reveal. That's the big reveal. Those are angels, by the way. Okay, sorry. I know we're leading off this a little sarcasm because it's a little bit silly. But let's move into it. Let's see what the government's actually been saying. We're going to come back to the files. All right, Munchkin's chilling now. Munchkin's in full chill mode. She looks like she likes it in here. That's good. That's good. Oh, also we got to vote on. We got the new Highland cow, so we got to vote on a name for him later to go with sirloin. All right. Now, okay, let's take it. Let's start moving into what the government's actually telling us, huh? All right. Of course, yes, we found this today. Alien disclosure. People are betting money. Aliens get confirmed. They've been confirmed by the government. We just saw the articles. Okay, before 2027. All right. Trump ordered the Secretary of War to release every UFO file, which we've been going through. Now, let's see what Trump had to say about this, huh? All right. Here we go.
Do you have an update on the UFO files and when we're going to be seeing those?
Well, I think we're going to be releasing as much as we can in the near future. For some reason, and I guess it's just a reason that's been in the minds of people for a long time, and that is such, they want to find out about the UFOs and anything having to do with UFO or related material. And we're going to be releasing a lot of things that we have. And I think some of it's going to be very interesting to people. I've interviewed people, my first term primarily, but I interviewed some pilots, very solid people. And they said they saw things that you wouldn't believe. So you're going to be reading about it.
Do you have an update on the UFO?
All right, and we're reading about it today. All right, we're reading about it today. All right, and then we have, of course, Cash. Cash, let us know. FBI Director Cash Patel has confirmed that the UFO files have been delivered for release. That's what we were going through earlier. Thank God. Thank God we're focused, right? We're focused. We're focused on what matters, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, we're focused on what matters, not the economy, not gas prices, not getting out of this fucking disaster of a war, not dealing with the immigration system, like whatever that even is at this point. Like we're just completely cool with we're just going to keep deporting, taco truck grandmas instead of going after cartels, like all the things we're interested in. Nah, dude. Nah, dog. Also, hey, we got JD in the chat. We should let's give JD a thank you, because the only reason we're live right now is because JD brought me this, or didn't bring me this, but lent me this mic today because my mic took a shit. So thank you to JD for that. Again, it's been a rough day. Now, next poll I want to do, okay? Is this an Epstein distraction? Okay, maybe it's real, right? Maybe it's real. Maybe it's all real. Okay, we'll talk about that later. But the timing is interesting, right? To finally tell us that aliens are real and release all the files unclassified. Let me know what you guys think. Again, one more time, just a great meme. Thank you to Twitter or whoever put this one up here, because it's about perfect. Now, let's get into some of the reporting on this. What you'll notice, and what I've noticed, all of the reporting is coming from Fox News, MAGA, and MAGA congressmen. That's it. And anytime I see this is the same group of people that tried to cover up the Epstein files, pro-Israel, pro-war, pro shutting your fucking mouth about Charlie Kirk, all of the exact same people who believe the official narrative are now the ones that are putting out the alien story. Again, maybe it's real, maybe it's not, but I'm very concerned that the same group of people, the America Last, Israel Firsters, are now the ones. Fox News, by the way, is all over this story, guys. Last week it was suicide dolphins. This week it's UFOs. Here we go.
Spoken on UFOs. He says aliens are not on the way. They are already here. Joining me now is retired Navy admiral and oceanographer Timothy Gallaudet. Admiral, thank you for being with us here today. So I think that in any one of these conversations, we need to start with, you're a serious person. I mean, you were an admiral in the United States Navy, and you have spoken to many people in the United States military about what they have seen, correct?
That's correct, Will. And really, the bottom line here from the president promising to release these UFO files is an open admission that the U.S. government has been in possession of UFO data, videos, information, and material evidence for over 8 decades. And
8 decades, 80 years, the U.S. government has known aliens exist. But it's not until this moment that the government has decided, we got to tell the people. Okay.
recently joined a number of former government officials in this recently released documentary, The Age of Disclosure. One of those officials includes the current Secretary of State and National Security Advisor, Marco Rubio.
Okay, so Admiral, what do you have? What do you know to back up your claim that we have had UFO material? And does that include, is that organic material? Is that beings? Is that mechanical, technological?
Oh, don't worry. They go way deeper than this here in a little bit. Like, they straight up in front of Congress are talking about how they have alien bodies, by the way. But we'll get to that.
Logical. What do you know? How can you back up that claim?
Well, I've not seen those, Will, myself, but of course, there's been others who've testified, including David Grush in 2024, about having knowledge of the programs that keep that material classified and secure. And I know other officials who have touched those programs and been allowed access. And they're all very credible. And they're in this film I mentioned previously.
Do you guys remember it was 2019 when they tried this before, when the Pentagon released these videos and tried to tell us about aliens? Do you remember what was going on then? BLM riots, Trump's presidency burning in, moving into COVID. It's almost like the last time they tried this was when Trump was going under the first time. I'm just looking at dates and just, hey, paying attention to what's going on around me. Okay, maybe there's no causation correlation there. I'm just saying the two times they've tried to push this aliens are real narrative, when Trump was tanking into oblivion in first term, when Trump was tanking into oblivion second term. Maybe that's a coincidence. I don't know. I'm just saying. I'm just asking questions about this because, again, if you're going to tell me aliens are real now, which, hey, okay, like if you can prove it, the files so far are not great proof. We need to different. There's a lot of polls tonight, guys, a lot of polls because I do want to get a good take on this, right? 95% of you believe this is an Epstein distraction. 100% agree with you guys on that. 100%. The next poll, this is going to be important as we move in. There's an entire religious aspect to this, guys. Okay, we're going to get into Project Bluebeam tonight. We're going to get into what is looking to be supposedly a bunch of pastors and priests that have been brought in to brief them on how this is going to change Christianity forever, right? There's a big religious movement component to this as well. We're going to get into all that. But what I want to ask you guys first here, let's say these UAPs, UFOs, we were about a 50-50 split about if we believed them. Let's say they're real, okay? It's non-human. That's why I asked you that first. Do you believe, are they extraterrestrial or interdimensional? This is going to, and there's a whole section on this tonight, okay? God, I can't spell these words, huh? Big words. Luckily, we got spell check. Okay, so we got essentially aliens in the extraterrestrial, your ET phone home, right? They came from a different planet. And then we got interdimensional, demonic aliens, some type of non-extraterrestrial force, right? Because there's a lot of talk about both here. You have the government doing both of these at the same time. So let me know what you guys think. And again, if you don't believe these are real, that's fine. I'm just saying, let's say hypothetically, if they are real, which one do you think they are? All right, let's hit some super chats. You guys are flowing those in before we go any further. All right, then we're going to jump into a little bit more about talking about Project Bluebeam the reason why this is so interesting, I don't know how many of you guys are familiar with Project Bluebeam. We're going to talk about it. We're going to explain it, watch a little bit of video on it. It actually, Project Bluebeam is basically looks like exactly what they're trying to do. Project Bluebeam essentially was a conspiracy theory. It's funny how those are all turning out to be true. And this goes way back, decades back, that the government was going to use a advanced technology to essentially portray Christ in the sky with projections, and before drones even existed, by the way, before the technology even existed to do this, this was the conspiracy. And they would basically show the second coming of Christ through aliens of some sort, and they would project it into the sky, and it would fucking change everything, right? But it would all be done by the government. That's kind of the Project Bluebeam thought process on that, right? So we're going to talk about that, which is kind of interesting again when we get into what all these pastors are being told, these priests are being told. We'll get to that, right? We're going to do that here in a second. Let's hit some super chats before we get too far. Because this is a wild one tonight, right? Last time it was this early, I became a dad. That's a good one, Rudy. Thank you, brother. It's me. Sega says, independent here, voted Trump 2016, then Biden, then Kamala. Well, you were all over the map then. Love your show, man. Volunteered for one tour at Camp Crapper, Iraq, then pissed hot for pot. Well, sorry to hear that, man. Love your show, man. Love you. Keep it up. Appreciate it. Hope you're doing well now. I got quite a few buddies that left the military for exactly that, by the way. LOL at the painting in the back. Congrats on the studio. Yeah, so we got me and Munchkin up there. Yeah, the new painting to add to it. Thank you. All right, we'll do a couple of these and we'll jump back into what we were. Love the pick from Central Point. Hey, thank you, Blue Eyed Hillbilly. Love you always being here. Whereas Racket says, I try to keep socials and apps to a 0 to a minimum, but happy free speech till it isn't. Friday, yeah, politically homeless and glad to report. I think CK was the final straw for people. Blessing to all. Charlie Kirk and Donald Trump coming out and saying, stop talking about the Epstein files. I think those two things radicalized a lot of us for sure. Momster says, love your show. Klamath Falls, Oregon born. Hell yeah. OSU graduate. That's just north of me. Supporting you from Athens, Georgia now. Appreciate it. Thank you. As a fellow Oregon resident. Yeah, I'm just south of Corvallis right now, by the way. Just south. Thank you. Bring on the mulch maker. Yep. New studio looks great. Thank you. Again, it's going to look even cooler. That's the old sign. We got the new sign coming later tonight. Hello to PSV. You know he's watching. Thank you. All right, two more. We got Munchkin. We got Nate. Let's go. Yeah, we do have Munchkin tonight. She loves it. I don't know if she loves it, but it's her first time in the studio, so she's chilling. Cal Holla. Yeah. Okay, let's jump back into it. Let's talk about this gets into what the government we'll call them conspiracy theories, but they're not so much conspiracy theories now. I think that it kind of looks like what the government's going to try to do, talking about exactly this, right? Staging a fake alien invasion, much like Project Bluebeam.
The big one would be this, what Werner von Braun warned about on his deathbed. He said, he said, we are going to hoax an alien attack on the planet. It's all a lie, but it will trick and fool almost everyone. So we're trying to expose that. But see, if this festers much longer with that group that have the technologies I'm talking about, in a minute, they could stage this and it would fool. Well, it had. I mean, look at what they've been doing for decades, fooling everyone. Everyone's saying, oh, those are alien events. And, our military guys chasing these objects thinks those are military, right? Well, they're not. I mean, or alien, they're military or covert aerospace programs. So the ability to hoax and attack on our planet is real.
Now, I know, right? We're getting pretty ancient alien with some of these clips. Okay. Understand that, guys. Don't worry. Okay. I get it. There's a lot of tinfoil in some of the guests of the clips. But the point is, before this recent release of the alien files, the idea that the government may stage a fake alien attack, you might have thought, that's dumb. That's silly. Who here thinks that Donald Trump and the Trump administration wouldn't, if they could, stage some type of alien attack if it could turn it into martial law and they can leverage it in a way to shut down elections? You guys don't think after we just watched the White House Correspondents' Dinner, you don't think these motherfuckers wouldn't stage a fake attack if they could leverage it? Come on. Now, again, there's some conspiracy theorist ideas here, but I mean, I'm pretty sure Donald Trump would pull that fucking trigger if he could immediately, right? Now I want to show you some pretty crazy clips from the past. These are old clips, and these are about AI. I don't know if you guys have seen this, but here's Elon Musk, Sam Altman, all talking about they believe AI, ChatGPT, is summoning demons. That artificial intelligence is not human-made, that it's actually an intelligence, an interdimensional intelligence that we've now given sort of a platform to voice itself. Now, that might sound silly, but all of these fuckers that are developing it believe it.
With artificial intelligence, we are summoning the demon. You know all those stories where there's the guy with the pentagram and the holy water, and he's like, yeah, you sure you can control the demon? It's going to work out.
Do the people involved in the creation of AI believe that it's a spiritual entity, that it's more than a machine?
So this is talking the $1 trillion question. They talk about creating artificial intelligence. The real question, the real thing we should be concerned about, are you creating an artificial intelligence, or are you giving a body to a pre-existing intelligence that previously wasn't incarnated in the physical world? So, here's a quote from Turing. We shall not go any further into the nature of this oracle apart from saying that it cannot be a machine. What a lot of people are concerned about, and what Silicon Valley is seemingly getting up to, okay, so a machine can't be aware of what it's doing. If there is such a thing as demons, angels, spirits, as Aleister Crowley called them, disincarnate intelligences.
Disincarnate meaning intelligence without a physical body.
Yeah. Could we be creating a physical body for the demonic?
Now, let's talk about this real quick. Sounds dumb, right? Off the top, silly. Artificial intelligence is demons or angels being portaled through into your computer. Okay, I get that. However, when we look at the Epstein files and we look at the satanic, demonic, insane, disgusting shit, all of those elites, these same people, Elon Musk, Altman, Peter Thiel, all these same people that are developing these AI systems are all saying the same thing, and they are all being caught through the files doing demonic, satanic, disgusting shit that actually ties itself into what they're saying with AI, right? Whether you believe that or you don't believe it, they're acting it out in real time, right? And here's ChatGPT's founder, who has also said something similar. So a former OpenAI executive says Sam Altman is building portals and summoning aliens or demons, as Elon said, using AI. It says here, we're building portals from which we're genuinely summoning aliens, a former OpenAI executive said. The portals currently exist in the United States, China, and Sam has added one in the Middle East. Now, look, I don't fucking know what's going on, guys. I don't know if there's interdimensional beings that are porting through with AI. What I will say is that these fucking billionaires that are developing all this, they're all saying the same thing. And they're all out doing disgusting, demonic, satanic shit as well. So whether it's true or not, they definitely believe it, which gets pretty creepy. Okay. Now, let's talk a little bit about Project Bluebeam, because it's important. Because if none of this is real, then this is most likely what's happening. It's being used for a reason, whether it be through a distraction, manipulation. They're pushing it forward on us for some reason, right? You have here, Project Bluebeam, the secret plan to enslave all humanity under one religion. And this is actually very old conspiracy. Which makes it creepy is that we see what the government is doing now. All right, let's watch a little bit of video explaining exactly what it is here. And then we'll talk about it.
It's technology. At the heart of Project Bluebeam are 4 stages of psychological warfare. The first stage involves engineered archaeology. Monast claimed that under the guise of new seismic...
Keep in mind, what they're explaining is none of this is real. It's the government artificially creating this to manipulate and control global societies, right? That's what Project Bluebeam is saying. It's not saying that like alien Trump Jesus exist. They're saying the government is going to use technology to try to trick us and then basically enslave us all under one new religion that we show up, that our creators showed up, right? Christ, turns out he's an alien. It's actually Trump, and he showed up, and now you all got to take the mark of Trump in your hand. The digital ID's got to go in your hand, right? So that's the idea behind Project Bluebeam.
Research, secret weapons would trigger earthquakes at ancient sites around the world. Out of the crumbled ruins, newly discovered artifacts, fake relics designed to rewrite human history, would surface. According to Monast, these findings would discredit every major religion, idols would be exposed as frauds, sacred texts.
Right, that's the idea. You discredit all the religions, and you put the entire world under one new religion with our alien godfathers that created us, right?
Texts would be recast as errors, and millions of believers would lose their spiritual foundation overnight. Hollywood had already prepared us for such revelations, Monast argued. Films like 2001: A Space Odyssey and Indiana Jones had conditioned audiences to expect that buried mysteries would upend everything we thought we knew about ourselves. The second stage is the PST resistance, a global holographic spectacle. Imagine satellites and ground-based laser platforms working in unison to project three-dimensional images across the sky. In Jerusalem, worshippers would see the Jewish.
Now, I think why this is interesting, because we're now seeing what drones can do. Have you guys seen the Chinese drone swarms that can just like portray fucking crazy shit, dragons going through the sky and breathing fire and all this crazy stuff drones can do, right? Like, we have the technology to do everything that they thought Project Bluebeam was going to be, 40 years ago.
Jewish Messiah. In Mecca, pilgrims would witness the voice of Allah ringing out from the heavens. In Rome, the figure of Christ would float above the Vatican. Then, in an act of cosmic unity, all these deities would merge into one, forming what Monast called the electronic Antichrist.
The electronic Antichrist. And again, this was like 40 years ago, right? Technology wasn't even a thing. There was basically no internet, AI. Nobody knew what AI was. That they were theorizing the government was going to try to do this with advanced technology well before any of this existed. Now it exists.
Claimed that Soviet computing power would weave complex, personalized illusions tailored to each individual's brainwave patterns, ensuring that the apparition felt as real as your own heartbeat. In this moment of shared astonishment and terror, the stage would be set for the ultimate power grab. The world would cry out for salvation, and a single, centralized authority would answer.
Yep.
Stage 3 amplifies
Daddy Trump and Bibi, right? There to save us all.
The assault from spectacle to subversion, tele-electro brainwashing. Monast described satellites emitting extremely low-frequency radio waves that could communicate directly with the human brain.
It's crazy. It sounds crazy back 40 years ago, but now it's like, oh, that's not even that, that's not that crazy. You know what the craziest part of all of this is with Project Bluebeam, and now that we're talking about aliens and all this? The CIA already fucking tried this for real with Cuba to try to overthrow Castro. I'm not kidding. This is real. The CIA already tried to do exactly this same thing to a foreign country. Let's watch this.
They even had this idea in their head. They were going to have Jesus appear as a vision over Havana to convince the Cubans to overthrow Castro. That was on the books. They were going to use holograms or something to make this thing appear. We know how to do that.
Whoa.
Right? So, and that was then. That was back in the 70s, right?
Yep.
So we know how to do this kind of stuff. We can make things appear and disappear with stagecraft, right? I mean, Aquino was practicing stuff like that. I mean, the other Phoenix program guys were doing this kind of thing. So the idea is recreate an image, just brief. We don't need it to sit there for a long time. It just briefly appears in front of you. You're going to.
And look at this. You could create this image in the sky with drones. So easy. So easy now, right?
Do it this way. I don't know what they've studied.
Yeah,
Since that time. I don't know if they've gotten far enough to say, I can make this thing happen scientifically, but it's going to have psychological implications, and it's going to have maybe a spiritual implication as well.
Yeah.
Maybe this person will see a vision. Maybe they'll go off and found a cult. We don't know, right? Maybe they've gotten that far to realize that they can create the scientific apparatus to induce a spiritual breakdown or breakthrough.
Do you think
to induce a spiritual breakdown? That kind of feels like what they're trying to do. right? It feels like we're trying to break down the fabric of morality in society, and not just like Christian society, Christian, Judaic, and Islamic societies, right? Try to break the moral fabric so that we can put us all under what, I don't know, maybe one world government where we're all slaves. I don't know. I don't know what the ultimate factor here is. But next we got to talk about all of our politicians. All of our politicians who are saying they've seen the files. Aliens are real. They've seen it. Anna Paulina Luna, Tim Birch. They've seen them. They've seen the bodies, right? So that's what we're going to look at that next, right? And again, I think it's interesting that it's all pro-Trump MAGA that have this information. I'm not, maybe this is something Democrats just didn't have any privy to, or, Thomas Massey wasn't allowed to see. I don't know. I'm just saying it's a little odd that all of the alien story is coming from the Trump admin, but it is what it is. All right, we're going to jump into the all the congressmen and what they're talking about here in a second. Let's hit some super chats before we fall too far behind. Thank you very much. Thank you. Appreciate you, Mary. Megan says hello. We did this one already. Thank you. We got that one. All right, Cal Holla. We got a couple of them. Big men in the United States and commerce manufacturer are afraid of something. They know there's power to organize, subtle, watchful, interlock, complete, pervasive. They won't speak above their breath, speaking ill of it. Woodrow Wilson. That's pretty old. Thank you, brother. Thank you. Confirm Munchkin isn't in the alien files. No, Munchkin is not in the alien files. She's right back here. She's with us right now. We're good. If aliens are real, we're fucked. That's actually a good point. They traverse the universe to come here, and we barely can make it to the moon. Yeah. Thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. We'll do a couple more. Let's jump back into it. All right. Hope humans aren't the best God can do. Yeah, we're basically just, chimpanzees that can talk, right? At this point. Aliens are real. Trump wants to give them amnesty. Suggestion for the cow. Netanyahu or Donald Rump. I'm not naming it after either of those. Those are funny, though. Officer Tartare Larry Moomer. No, those are all horrible, horrible human beings. We're not going to name our new cow after a horrible human being, okay? But they are funny names, but no. All right. Just a distraction. Nobody cares anymore. 100%. Nobody gives a shit. Question, is your guardian angel really an alien? It might be. Okay. Now, let's jump back into it. Now, let's talk about our congressmen. Yes, all our MAGA congressmen have seen the files. It says here, U.S. Congressman Tim Birch says that if the public knew about UAPs and aliens, the country would come unglued and the world would be on fire. Well, I got to tell you, Congressman Burchett, that doesn't seem to be what's happening. It appears that you told us they're real and no one fucking cares. There's no fires, but anyway, we'll see what he's got to say about this.
The last couple of weeks about what the government knows about UFOs. What should we as citizens know?
We should be asking the question, what are we spending tens of millions of dollars on if they don't exist? Why in the world do we have people within departments telling us that they do exist and then somebody else says they don't? And why should some punk and a man with a man bun tell the members of Congress that the president's on a need-to-know basis? I think we should know all the answers to all those. It's not about little green men. It's not about flying saucers. Dadgummit. It's about the truth. It's about transparency.
Okay. And when and how could we, is this pressuring the right people, subpoenaing the right people, forcing?
Well, I think President Trump just needs to know the right questions to ask, because they're not obviously going to be honest with him. And I think because I think he's a skeptic, and that's fine. Some of the members of Congress that are the biggest UFO people now were people that I brought in that were incredible skeptics. But when they went in the skip with me, when they were brief and they've seen the footage and talked to the pilots.
Okay, let me back it up. All right, let's talk about the footage. Okay, this is also another one that they released in the files. Okay, let me show you the footage. All right, guys, this is what he's talking about. Here we go. Let's look at some of the footage that's in the files that changed Burchett's life and how he knows that it's all real. Here we go. This is the groundbreaking footage. There it is. Wow, look at that. Look at that alien there, huh? Yeah. Powerful stuff, guys. Powerful stuff. Guys, that's from the files that the Pentagon released. That is worse than the slop you see on Ancient Aliens, by the way. You guys know all those, like when they have the interviews and it's all grainy and they're talking to the grays, right? It's fucking worse than that. That's what you got. Let me show you again. This is what is changing the world. Right here. This is the proof from the Trump administration. Here it is. Wow. You've convinced me. I'm sold. I'm sold, guys. Yes, I'm sold. Yeah, there's no way that's fake. Well done. Thank you, Mr. Burchett, for those riveting takes. I'm sure, the files, because now we're seeing the files, right, guys? Like, we can see them ourselves. That's what's in them.
What the heck we're spending that money on. And you can, when they bring it all out, just let people make up their own minds. Because there's going to be a group that's going to say, and look, I'm a born-again Christian. I'm from the forgiven end of that spectrum. But I'm not worried about the demonic element. I hear people say that. But there's no reason for demons to be doing this.
So this is interesting because he doesn't think they're aliens or demons, but he won't tell you what they are. But it's something. It's not Russia. It's not China. It's not aliens. It's not demons.
It's such a small little area. I mean, they could come up here to Congress as easy as maybe they already have. I don't know. But and do I think it's the Chinese or the Russians? And I go back over this. If it was the Russians, they wouldn't be bogged down in Ukraine. If it's the Chinese, they'd own us. So
it's obviously not China and Russia, right? But anyway, let's look at some more congressmen talking about this. All right, you had our House Leader UFO briefing was eye-opening. Yes, according to Ask a Poll reporter Matt Laszlo, House Majority Leader Steve Scalise has now confirmed on the record that he attended a recent classified UAP briefing inside a sensitive compartmented information facility, a SCIF. Confirmation came after Congressman Burleson previously revealed that Scalise had been in the room when Laszlo caught him walking through the historic old House chamber alongside a security detail. Scalise verified the briefing took place, but stated he could not discuss what was covered. It's going to be eye-opening. All right. Watch this. This is where it starts getting over the top. Starts getting real over the top. Here we go.
If you believe we have crashed craft, stated earlier, do we have the bodies of the pilots who piloted this craft?
As I've stated publicly already in my News Nation interview, biologics came with some of these recoveries. Yeah.
Okay. We have dead alien bodies, according to Nancy Mason Congress. Let me rewatch this. This is a congressional hearing.
If you believe we have crashed craft, stated earlier, do we have the bodies of the pilots who piloted this craft?
As I've stated publicly already in my News Nation interview, biologics came with some of these recoveries. Yeah.
Okay. Like, you don't need to show us grainy fucking 1970s garbage footage and old news articles. Why don't you take a news camera with a news crew, walk your happy ass into Area 51 and show us, live stream it and go, here's the fucking bodies of the dead aliens right here that we're confirming. But no, that's not what we're getting, is it? Isn't it interesting how that's not what we're getting? We're getting slop. We're getting slop. We're getting slop. Here's some more.
Evidence in a SCIF that leads me to believe there are things we cannot explain, and I have observed things that are of non-human origin and creation. That's my opinion. Again, but there has been a declassification order from the president, and you will see as soon as that stuff comes up.
You know, if you had to just make a decision now about whether there really were, I guess, aliens moving among us with their strange machines that have all sorts of powers, do you think that's plausible?
I don't call them aliens, and I don't know what these things are that they're using, right? But I think that there's stuff that we have witnessed as members of Congress, been briefed on that we cannot explain. And I will leave it at that because that's going to be coming out soon. And I think that the American people will have many of their questions answered.
So you've seen in a skiff.
There you go. She's seen it. She's seen it with her own eyes. She's seen it. She's seen it. And once we see it, we're going to believe everything. We're going to believe it all, right? That's all we're waiting on is just the proof. The proof. Let me get back to what they released, right? This is what Anna Paulina told us. Once we see this, we will be convinced. Yes, back to the files. And again, this is straight downloaded from the Alien Files website. There it is, Flying Saucer Convention. Whoa, Reno, Nevada. Man, look at that. Tracked by radar. Man, look at this. Look at this. This is all it took, to her point. They finally released it. All right. I'm sold. I don't know about you guys. I'm fucking sold. I'm sold at this point. Bunch of MAGA congressmen and Donald Trump telling me that aliens are real and then showing me a bunch of news article clips from 1966. I'm sold. I don't think I need any more information. I don't need any more proof. I don't think I need any more evidence. That was it. That's all I needed. I just needed some MAGA politicians and some old news articles from 60 years ago. That's all I needed personally. And I'm bought in. I'm fully bought in, ladies and gentlemen. I don't get any more bought in. Let's see what J.D. Vance had to say about this. Oh, why is this? Uh-oh. Why do we got no sound? Damn it, this is a good one, too. All right, well, we can't get sound on this one, unfortunately, guys. I don't know why that's not working. Anyway, J.D. Vance believes that these UAP phenomenon are demons. They're demons. I'm somebody that would lend towards, I believe they're probably not extraterrestrial. I don't believe whatever, if these are real, hypothetically, right? I'll tell you this. I've been somebody who historically, if you go back biblically and look at all the way back to ancient Samaria, like there is tons of writings about this, like some type of interdimensional beings coming through portals, right? This is in every religion and every culture around the world. I'm not saying that's not potentially true. The problem for me is the second Donald Trump, J.D. Vance, and a bunch of MAGA congressmen tell me it's true, I'm going to be honest with you guys. Now I don't believe it's true anymore. I used to believe that these UAPs were interdimensional beings. I did. Now that MAGA is telling me that it's true, I don't believe it anymore. I'm going to be honest with you guys. That's all I needed. That's all I needed. The second the government, the Trump government, came out and said aliens are real, I went, fuck. They're not real. The second Trump said it, I was like, God damn it, dude. They're not real. We're by ourselves. Fuck. There's no angels. There's no demons. There's no aliens here. It's all fake and gay. You know? They ruined it for me. I don't know about you guys, but the second Trump said they're real, I went, fuck. There it goes. What a letdown, right? I don't know. You guys can believe whatever you want. I was somebody that believed. I literally believed before the Trump government told me. No, not TDS, brother. This is called everything's fake and gay. Oh, dude literally has crystals. He's like Spencer Pratt with his crystals in the profile picture. Oh, no. The MAGA crystal guy. It's telling me I've got TDS. Oh my God, dude. Oh, the MAGA dork with his crystals is letting me know. Okay, I'm sorry, dude. Guys, why is it every single time I look over and I see one of those comments and I click on the profile picture, it's some dork shit like that? Every single time, dude. Okay. All right, let's get into we'll do a couple super chats. Then we're going to get into the religious portion of this. Yes, a bunch of pastors and priests have been supposedly brought in by the Pentagon to brief them on how this is going to change everything. It'll change religion. It's going to rewrite history. Christ was actually an alien, right? We're going to learn all that, right? We're going to come to that next. Let's get a couple super chats right before that. Thank you, McCraith. Appreciate you. Katie says, when you ask for the e-files and end up with an episode of the X-Files instead. Yeah, that's a good joke. Thank you, Katie. Bobby says, aliens equal bread circuses. Yes, dude. Yes, right, Bobby? Right before the UFC White House event. Maybe, hey, guys, check this out. Do you guys remember the movie Mars Attacks? Tell me you guys have seen the movie Mars Attacks. Right? Have you guys seen the movie Mars Attacks? This goes back to when I was a kid. When it came out in the early 90s. If you haven't seen it, you're going to need to go watch it, right? Mars Attacks. What happens? The Martians show up out of nowhere, and they show up at an event at the White House, and everybody thinks it's all calm, and then they open fire and start killing everybody. What if at the UFC White House event, that's where they do it, dude? The big alien reveal, right? Everybody's watching, although I don't think anybody's going to watch. The UFC White House event, front lawn, boof, the sky opens up. Crypto Jesus touches down, and we find out the truth about how we were all created at UFC, whatever the number is. How fake and gay would that be, right? That's where we're at right now, guys. Why not? Fuck it. Send it. Ship the aliens down right into the middle of the ring, right? Right when Taporia and Gaethje are done with their fight, main event card, beam comes down, Crypto Jesus shows up, finds out Trump is actually God, right? MAGA celebrates. Everybody goes wild. Yeah, hell yeah. Hell yeah, dudes. It's coming. We laugh. It sounds ridiculous, and then we'll see it and go, oh, shit. Oh, imagine if I called that, right? That would be like, I'm doing it as a massive joke, but imagine if I actually called that. All right. The government offs all of, okay, we're going to talk about all the scientists that are being killed on this episode as well. Yes, we are. That's going to be in the episode. Specialize in anti-gravity. Then they want to release the files. Righto. Yeah, 100%. Bunch of anti-gravitational scientists are just disappearing and unaliving themselves right before the files release. We're going to talk about that a little bit later in the show. Will the Alien 86, the E-file pedophiles, bring it on? No, I don't think so. Most likely because the aliens that touch down will probably also be pedophiles as well. If they're MAGA aliens, they're probably also pedophiles. I'm just saying. All right, sorry. Is that too much? Are we gonna if I call them the MAGA aliens pedophiles, is that gonna trigger everybody? Is that too far? Should I stop? All right, I might be going too far. All right, I'll stop. I don't want to really piss off the MAGA viewers in the chat. Okay. All right. But I'll tell you, if aliens showed up and they're MAGA, they're most likely going to be pedophiles. I'm just saying, just statistically, what we've been seeing. Okay. Anyway, sorry, I digress. I don't want to make everybody too upset with that. Can we send in the Space Force? Yeah, maybe Space Force is going to be a real thing, right? Get the Marines ready, right? Get the Marines ready. We need Space Marines now. I only care about aliens if they bring us a better president or presidential candidate. Maybe that's the future of the alien party. Just saying. Why not? They can't be MAGA. Can't be a MAGA alien, unfortunately, if we get that. Joe. All right. Out of Bubblegum says, I only care if the aliens can lower gas prices. Well, again, if they're MAGA aliens, gas prices are probably going up. All right. Can the aliens take Trump and cash 8 weeks? Remain on them. Let's hope so. All right, last one, then we'll get back to the show. So I believe in aliens more than ghosts, but at this point, and I blame the X-Files, I want to believe, but if my source is the government, shrugs, seems fake and not kosher. I know, right? That was like the one everybody, they kind of ruined it, right? Didn't they ruin aliens for us? Why did you have to ruin it? Aliens were that thing that like the government would never talk about it. Everybody thought they were real. Now you can't even make a movie about aliens anymore. Right? The next movie that comes out about aliens, everybody's going to be like, gay, fake, gay. Nobody cares. Right? God, they ruined it. They ruined aliens. How are you going to ruin aliens for us? All right, let's jump into the religious portion of this because it's getting weird. It's getting real weird. Okay. So, pastor meeting allegedly told aliens invented Christianity. Republican hits back. All right. So, yes, pastor and YouTuber Larry Ragland wrote on X that a very well-known congressman from Missouri called onto the meeting. They are preparing to tell us that they are from another dimension, that they are our creators, and that these beings, these aliens, whatever you want to call them, they were the ones that seeded us here. There was no such thing as God. Jesus was invented by them. The Bible was invented by them. That's what they're preparing for. I got to ask, we're going to do another poll here. Think about this. MAGA evangelicals, they love their God, right? They don't actually espouse any actual tenets of Christianity, but they love to pretend that they love Christ, right? MAGA evangelicals love to pretend. My question is this. We saw what happened when Donald Trump portrayed himself as Christ, massive blasphemy. We saw what happened when he attacked the Pope. MAGA evangelicals immediately simped for Trump. They said, we don't care about God, right? Like, we care about our daddy. So they said, fuck it. So my question to you guys is, will MAGA evangelicals abandon Christianity if Trump tells them to? Okay? Abandon Christianity for aliens. Yes or no? All right. We've seen what they've done, right? Let me know what you guys think. Will they... Oh, wait. No, I need that. Here we go. Poll starts. What's the break point for MAGA evangelical Christians? If they are told Christ never existed, God isn't real, the Bible was written by aliens, Trump is crypto Jesus, will MAGA believe it? Will MAGA evangelicals say, you know what? I'm on board. Okay? You guys tell me. Okay? And then we're going to keep moving through this while you guys vote on this. Talk about supposedly these pastors. I don't know if any of this, guys, I have no fucking clue if any of this is real, but all these pastors are talking about how this is happening. So
us and a few others, just a handful of people were pulled into a meeting, and we really got data and information that not all of it can we talk about because there's an investigation going on higher ranks of issues. And so we'll talk about the things that we can and should talk about, but we're going to give a lot today. And so what I'd like to do is Bishop Allen, if you could just start with us, my friend, and just begin to talk about what you're understanding and some of the takeaways you have. And then, Tony, I'd like you to respond to that. Let's begin.
Well, I've got to say this was one of the most unusual meetings I've ever been a part of, where the three of us, along with maybe three others, it seems like a half a dozen people were gathered in an Airbnb in the mountains of Tennessee, discussing an investigation that's going on in the United States government against crimes they have committed in the process of retrieving and reverse engineering technology from non-human intelligence. The meeting also went forward to discuss the propaganda plan that was in place leading up to disclosure. And so it was interesting that as we were preparing for this meeting, I think, Tony, was it 2 weeks before we actually had the meeting, you reached out to us and said something about this. Yes. As we were getting ready, the urgency of the meeting was there's about to be disclosure. We need to have a conversation with key ministers who have a big reach and a big influence so that the body of Christ is not unprepared and is not back on their heels when this information comes out. So the interesting thing about the timing of this meeting is as we were gathering, we saw Obama come out, we saw Trump come out, and then we saw more statements that we're going to talk about here in the future. So that's kind of the gist of the meeting. There was a lot that we'll talk about and unpack here in this conversation. But it was truly one of the most unusual meetings I've ever been a part of.
Now, why is the government bringing together pastors and priests to prep them for propaganda for aliens? To me, it just seems like, hey, if you know aliens exist and you're in contact with them, why can't you just come out and tell us about them? Why do you need to get all the pastors together? Why does there need to be, slow drip release files of fucking slop from the 1960s? Why don't you just show them to us? Put them in front of a fucking press conference. Can't do it with AI, right? We're too good, right? You couldn't fake BB being missing for fucking a month. Like we're too good. We can pick up AI now, right? So you can't do it with AI. You can't AI slop us because we're too good. We're too good at identifying the AI slop now. So you got to do it for real. So why wouldn't you just show them to us? Why do we have to have our religious leaders all come together to get a big propaganda network to push forward? Right? It just seems bizarre to me. All right, let's watch some more. There's a bunch of pastors talking about this.
Personally believe that it's demonic, that it's not interstellar, that we don't have travelers from other planets. We have demonic influence on this planet.
And we know the demon activity is located to this realm.
Yes.
In fact, the early church fathers wrote that the lower atmosphere, the atmosphere where we live, is thickly populated with demonic powers. And it really is. And just like angels can appear, it shouldn't surprise us that from time to time a demonic presence might appear. And it seems that that's what these UFOs and UAPs are. And now they're even saying that they're seeing them under the water.
Well, there's a tremendous amount of evidence and even some, what we could say, technical evidence from pilots who...
What, like, again, religious leaders, right? Here's another one. Sean Ryan just had one on. Sean just had one on. He just had a priest on talking about this.
I do know other exorcists where they would, in session, they would actually, once the demon manifested, they would manifest in literally looking like an alien with the eyes and the small mouth and the whole bit turning gray. And they even call themselves gray. And they try and lie to the exorcist by saying, oh, well, we're not angels, good angels, and we're not bad angels. We're not demons. We're kind of in the middle. We're neither good nor bad. No, dude, you're just a demon, right? Because when you start talking to them, it's all that is a diversionary tactic, which they do in the sessions. So just as we're seeing this play out itself on a grander scale in the world with the whole alien thing, they'll try and do that in session where they're just trying to distract you by something that they know that is not true, but they're hoping you'll believe it's true because then from there they can manipulate you. I do know other exorcists.
All right, next one I want to talk about, guys, because again, there's a ton of this talk about demonic influence, and these UAPs. And then we look at, again, the Epstein files. We look at all this crazy satanic, Luciferian, Baal worship, right? A lot of these things, these elites, they believe in it. The elites believe this shit. Okay? So there's a lot of people. We've seen Tucker talk about this. We've seen Alex Jones talk about this. Do you think Donald Trump is under some type of demonic influence? What I want to ask you guys is, do you think, and again, a lot of people have been talking about this, Donald Trump's got demonic influence around him. So do you think Trump is under demonic influence, or is he, and I'll just put it under here, just a creepy pedophile, right? Is he under some sort of demonic influence like Alex Jones and Tucker Carlson are referencing, or is he just a creepy pedophile? You let me know. You don't need to go switch. Those are the only two options. Sorry to MAGA, but you got to choose one of the two. Okay, both would have been a good choice. No, well, maybe we should have done both. Here's the problem. Here's what I'll say. Both exonerates Trump from his actions because he's been demonically influenced by an outsized force, right? Or is this just who he is as a person? That's your choices, okay? Again, you're taking the if you say both, you're taking the responsibility off him. Right? It's not his fault. It's not Daddy Trump's fault. He's just being influenced. He can't help it. Okay? Okay. You got to choose one of the. I know you guys you want both, but I can't give you both. You know, we don't do polls that way. We just we make them tough, right? We make the polls tough. We make you guys choose. Right? Okay. Let's keep going. A couple more of these.
Christians who think everything's a demon.
They're going to look to us and say, you're the deceived ones. How could you not believe in this?
They know these things are evil, but they'll call it good for their own benefit.
Yeah. They'll be able to measure it with their eyes. They'll be able to measure it scientifically and then be told this is the truth by authority. God loves to be outnumbered. We are being primed and prepared to show who the God who answers by fire is.
I actually like that one. All right. I like those guys because what they're saying is, coming from the Christianity lanes, they're saying this is all fake and gay, and we're not going to be tricked into going against Christ based off of what the fucking government says to us, which I like that take from those guys, right? Not religious nut jobs. Those are guys saying, hey, don't believe the government slop that they put down your throats, right? Which is kind of more where I'm sitting at the moment. Until you show me real proof, and again, we'll get back to the files. Now, let's see another clip from fellow Green Beret here. One that's not a giant cuck for Israel, which is the majority of Green Berets, by the way. Don't get confused. Let's watch this.
Taking gay aliens. And side note, the war with Iran just kind of kicked.
Hold on. Let's restart this so you make sure you get it from the beginning here, so we can hear how we start this, right?
Gay aliens. And side note, the war with Iran just kind of kicked up again. Apparently, there's going to be no more escalation, for who knows, because we've already won, but gas prices will probably likely go up. Anyways, I digress. So, fake and gay aliens. All right, guys. So, reportedly, a congressman who's also a pastor got called into a special committee. And it was for a group of pastors to be debriefed on how to prepare their church, the congregation, probably different denominations, for the alien disclosure. Because according to them, the information that they were going to receive would be so life-altering that basically it would just challenge the foundations of religion as we know them, and basically show that everything is not the way that we believe it. The world is not the way that it seems. So this is, in my opinion, the beginning of, or the biggest jump in what's called the Great Deception. It is the deception that comes over the earth in order to set the stage for the Zionist Messiah, the Antichrist, to come to power over the earth. So, guys,
So this is the angle of the Zionists wanting to bring forth their Messiah, which is the Antichrist, build the third temple, right? Expand the Greater Israel Project. And this is actually the massive Great Deception to try to move people away from the actual traditional Abrahamic religions in Christianity and Islam, etc., right? And move them towards what he's talking about here, which is interesting. I haven't heard anybody talk about this angle yet.
it is imperative right now, I think, for all of us, and I'm just going to tangent a little bit, that we really start to get back to our Bibles. We really start to get back to Bible study. We really start to be careful with who we, give our time and attention to, who we spend our time with, and really start to hone in on people that you can trust, to not be deceived, to not fall for the BS, to really look at your circle of friends. Is it worth your time? If things get weird, are they going to steer you the wrong way? Are they going to give you bad advice? Are they going to destroy something that matters to you, which could be your faith, which could be your relationships? It could be a lot of different things, right? So I think we all need to really think about who has our ear now, who we spend our time with, and are they walking in faith? Are they following Jesus? Where are their morals and values? Where do they sit? Are they easily impressionable by things? They follow the crowd. Like, we've got to start cutting these people out of our life. We got to try to wake them up, but we can't allow them to have our ear when things like these deceptions are coming, because there's going to be so much content and so many things on the internet to deceive you, to take pieces of truth and to make them seem, and then tell big lies and make it seem real, make it seem what it is. So I'm going to tell you about what my perspective on.
All right, let's pause there. Okay. You think Islam has no connection to Abraham? I hope you don't consider yourself a theologian or a historian, but I'm afraid to tell you that, unfortunately, no, Islam is one of the 3 Abrahamic religions, homeboy. Fucking idiot, dude. Oh, that's MAGA, dude. That's MAGA in a nutshell, right? They're That's one of Trump's boys, dude. That's one of his little babies. Oh my God. Just fucking people are so dumb, dude. Not you guys, but a fucking idiot like that. Wow. You could use Google, right? Slap that into Google. Come on, dude. Come on, homie, bro. It says a real scholar, bro. You don't have to agree with it, right? You don't have to agree with the teachings of any of them, of Judaism, Islam, or Christianity, but say they all follow the Old Testament, bro. That's where fucking Abraham is the father of all three Abrahamic religions. That's why we call them Abrahamic religions, dude. Okay. We start to differ after the Old Testament in what each of the three believe, obviously. But no. Okay. Come on, homie. You're better than that, dude. You can use Google. You can use Google, man. Okay. Now, I want to get into some takes from the past, right? From Alex Jones. We got some funny ones from Tim Dillon. Just different takes from people in the space about this, right? But we'll hit a couple super chats and we'll jump into it. First one's going to be another Tim Dillon comedy clip that we're going to follow up with, all right? But let's do a couple more of these before we jump too far in. I'm only here for the Valhalla. Oh, we gotta get a name, guys. We gotta name our new long-haired Highland cow. Jasmine named Sirloin. We got Sirloin here. You guys need to pick the next best name, right? And when I see you guys all saying the same name because you found no, it's not going to be. We're not naming the Highland cow after Loomer. It's not happening. All right. Somebody's going to. Angus is a good one. I do like Angus. That's a good start. All right, ribeye is kind of funny too. Porter. All right, T-bone. All right, well, I do like Angus actually. All right, we'll let you guys throw some out there for now, and then we'll pick one here in a second. All right. Thank you for Rube says, thank you for always being here recently, Rubes. Appreciate you. Thank you for keeping the green walls in your new studio. It's soothing. They're actually not green. It's actually not green. And it's going to be a lot greener when we get the new sign because the new sign is green and orange. But it's actually here, guys. The new sign is at the front gate, but my wife's not here to bring it in. But hopefully we'll have her set it up while we're in here. It's actually navy blue, but because of the lighting. But it does come off as green. But yeah, it worked out pretty well. The lighting, I think, is a lot better. Thank you, though. JD says, has that mic ever had another? Oh, I don't know, JD. Did you rub your testicles all over this before I came and put my mouth by it? Is that what happened today before we picked this up from you? So shout out to JD, who most likely probably did rub his nutsack on his microphone before he gave it to me because we're homies like that, and he would think that's funny. Is JD here? I don't know if he's still here. Yeah, I bet he did. I bet he did. All right, I'll give him a cue ball. I'll cue ball it for him. Right? You guys ever seen the cue ball? The cue ball method? Sorry. Oh, that was too much. I'm probably going to get banned for that one. All right. Anyway, I'm not talking about anything. That was JD's. All right. Anyway, JD. Shit. All right. Let's get back on track. Of course, JD is an expert at getting us off track. Thanks, brother. All right. John says vote yes for Kang because Kudos wants to allow aliens to come compete in human sports. That's what's coming next, right? It's not going to be the trans athletes. It's going to be the alien athletes that we got to allow to compete in human sports. Oh boy. The year 2040 is going to be rough, guys. I don't know what we're going to be seeing in 2040, but it's going to be some shit like that, I bet. Oh boy. The devil is real. He's red and sits in the White House. Dot matrix typewriters used to appeal or old. Madison Cawthorn spilled the beans years on DC years ago. Yeah, he did. Thank you. Wow, bud. Finally hope the AC is working. It is, man. We got an actual AC. That's why I'm not sweating. I'm not fucking sweating by the end of this thing. The other studio gets so hot. I'm 68 and this is older than me. Worthy Buck Ranger movie. All right, one more. Let's jump back into our next Tim Dillon clip here. Sunshine says, anyone notice that they are after our mental health? This is a great point. Let's talk about this first. I love this comment. Epstein, war, virus, aliens, we're stronger than all this shit. God is protecting us. it does. Does it not feel, and I think Tim Dillon was talking about this in the opening clip, does it not feel like they're purposefully trying to make us go fucking crazy? It feels like that's the intent. Like with AI, with like Donald Trump being an absolute psychopath, we got Israel just slaughtering fucking innocent children nonstop, and nobody's doing anything about it, right? It does feel like the intent is to make us, the White House Correspondents' Dinner, Charlie Kirk, like everywhere we look, we immediately like fake, staged, fake. It does feel like that to your point, it does feel like it does feel intentional. I agree with you on that. I don't know how you guys feel. Let's get I told you guys they're giving me a lot of polls tonight because again, we're in the tinfoil hat stream. Right. Well, not us really. We're not really engaging in the tinfoil, but it's a tinfoil topic. It's tinfoil week. Are they intentionally trying to make us crazy? I think they are personally. I don't know how you guys feel. Let me know what you guys think. It does feel that way. That's a great comment. Those photos look like the DOT and the National Enquirer merge. I know they're so bad. We're going to come back to those here in a little bit. We're going to look at more of them to show you. And guys, I haven't been able to go through all the files, right? I've been starting. The first one I open up and start going through is a bunch of fucking, again, just ridiculous news articles from the 1960s. Like, anyway, so I am working my way through them, but we'll come back to those in a minute here. I think we need to send Delay there to ask some probing questions. Oh, JD. I'll tell you this, guys. What's the running joke? If aliens are real, a Marine will be the first person to fuck one. I'll tell you that. All my Marines in the chat, I can promise you, all my Marine homies in the chat, you know this is true. If they're real, a Marine will be the first person to fuck an alien. I guarantee you that. That's not even a discussion. They'll be on that shit so fast, dude. That's right, dude. That's right. You already know. All the Marines in the chat already know, dude. You guys will be the first ones to get down like that. All right, let's jump back into it. Let's keep moving. We're gonna get clips from the internet, right? Clips from the internet. Most of these are from people that we like.
Is a fake alien invasion? It is probably what Stephen Greer said, where they're just everybody's gonna fall in line quick. Make no mistake. That invasion will not be believable.
Nope.
It will be like watching a bad school play.
And the files are exactly what he predicted.
It will be a horror. You will watch it and go, I don't believe any of this. I think it's fake. You'll look at your wife and go, I think it's fake. They're probably going to put us in camp soon.
Yep.
That's what your wife will say. She'll be smoking a butt because everyone's smoking now. She'll look at you and go, this is probably fake.
Yep.
You'll go, yup. And you'll go, but I think they're going to put us in camp soon. I think that's what this is. Because it's going to look like the shitty opening ceremony of the Olympics. That's what it's going to look. If they do a fake alien invasion, it's going to be like Cirque du Soleil because it's going to be so over the top and ridiculous. Yep. And just know that if you're watching it, I'll be watching it with you.
Yep.
I'll be watching it from my home. You'll be watching it from yours. Just know that we'll be in camps. Maybe I wouldn't have been in a camp. I opened my fat mouth and insulted everyone in this fucking administration.
Me and Tim and everybody in this chat are headed to the camps first. He's not wrong. We're the first fucking ones that are going to get rounded up. All of us are on the list, ladies and gentlemen. Just so you guys know, all of you in this chat, you have also been identified for the list. I can promise you.
Now I'll be in a camp now too. Just know that we're all going to be in camps if there's a fake alien. If there's no unifying moment and no one believes that there will be.
Yep.
No, you're not even going to believe the event that puts you in the camp. You will not even believe it. It's going to be so bad. It's going to be B-movie level horror. It's going to be so bad that you're going to go, oh, this is kind of bullshit, huh? There is a...
He's not wrong. As we're being, huddled into the camps, you got to be looking around going, I'm telling you, this is all fucking fake, dude. As we head into the camps. I just, we're laughing about it now. And unfortunately, it's probably going to happen. So, and yeah, I mean, we're all the first ones to go. I'm cooked. You guys know if this administration pulls the alien round him up in Cam's card, my ass, I'll be one of the first ones in there and the first one schwacked, ladies and gentlemen. They're going to collect my ass immediately. Y'all know that. And then what they're going to do is they're going to collect people like me and Tucker and Ian and JD. And then they're going to look at our subscribers, right? And then they're going to take all your addresses. Don't unsubscribe from my channel, by the way. Sorry, I don't want you guys. Oh shit, we got to unsub from Nate. They're going to round us all up, and they're going to get a list of all of us, and we're gonna go be in the camps together. All right, yeah, we're gonna go be in the camps together. You're not gonna be able to rescue me because your asses are all gonna be in there with me. I do like Angus. That might be I do like Angus. That might be the new one. Okay, now check this out. Of course, Uncle Alex literally talking about this exact same thing like 15 years ago. Here we go.
2 years. I don't get into aliens, metaphysical, religion, any of that. I've studied the elite, and I've also communicated with a lot of the top people. And if you want to know, I will actually break down right now the best knowledge right now what's happening on the planet.
What's happening?
The elite are all about transcendence and living forever and the secrets of the universe, and they want to know all this. Some are good, some are bad, some are a mix. And we're on this planet, and Einstein's physics showed it, Max Planck's physics showed it. There's at least 12 dimensions. And now that's why all the top scientists and billionaires are coming out saying it's a false hologram. It is artificial. The computers are scanning it and finding tension points where it's artificially projected and gravity's bleeding in to this universe. That's what they call dark matter. So we're like a thought or a dream that's a wisp in some computer program, some God's mind, whatever. They're proving it all. It's all coming out. Now, there's like this sub-transmission zone below the third dimension that's just turned over to the most horrible things is what it resonates to. And it's trying to get up into the third dimension that's just a basic level consciousness to launch into the next levels. And our species is already way up in the fifth, sixth dimension, consciously our best people. And the elites themselves believe they're racing using human technology to try to take our best minds and build some type of breakaway civilization.
This was before AI existed, by the way, which makes this crazier that Alex is talking about it.
Where they're going to merge with machines, transcend, and break away from the failed species that is man.
Again, these elites, Elon Musk, Sam Altman, they're literally talking about this. Right. And Alex was talking about this 10, 15 years ago before AI or any of this shit existed. So the elites, again, whether we believe in this shit or not, they believe in it. And it's wild. It's wild that he was so far ahead on this.
And so Google was set up 18, 19 years ago. I knew about this before it was declassified. I'm just saying I have good sources.
Somebody said he's so full of shit. He's literally telling you exactly what Elon Musk and Sam Altman are talking about right now. What do you mean he's full of shit? He was 50. Like, you don't have to believe you don't have to believe what the elites believe. They believe it. What Alex is saying is this is what the elites believe. And he said this 15 years ago. And it's turning out now this is exactly what they fucking believe. Look at the Epstein files. Look at the satanic rituals. Look at the cannibalism. Right?
That they wanted to build a giant artificial system. And Google believes that the first artificial intelligence will...
Again, this is before AI existed that he's calling this.
Be a supercomputer based on the neuron activities of the hive mind of humanity.
And what is Elon Musk fucking developing right now with the Neuralink? Exactly what he's talking about. So what I would suggest that you guys don't take the Elon Musk Neuralink brain chip into your brain. Just given what him and all these tech billionaires keep talking about trying to summon demons through portals, maybe don't take the Elon Musk Neuralink brain chip. I think I'm going to pass. I think I'm going to pass on it, guys. Personally, I don't know how you guys feel about that, but now that I know that they're all so obsessed with Luciferian and Baal and Moloch, I think I'm going to pass on the Neuralink, right? The Neuralink. All right, let's see. Tucker was talking about this the other day too.
That will lead us to UFOs. All right. Now, I know you're into
This is well before this came out, by the way. This was, I think, a year or so ago.
this topic.
What we're seeing, these phenomena are spiritual phenomena. They've been here forever. There's a lot of evidence of that in the written record going back thousands
What do you
of
mean?
years. They're angels and demons, of course. The way to know what the truth is by figuring out what they're trying to prevent you from believing. And if you look at the U.S. government propaganda, DOD propaganda,
Which, oh boy, we're seeing that now, huh?
on the
And keep in mind, we're going to come back to this. What is the DOD propaganda? It's little green men in flying saucers, right? That's what the files are showing.
question of UFOs, UAPs, the one thread that connects all of it is that these are not supernatural. These are little green men from Mars.
Yeah, that's
They're
what
weather
they're saying.
phenomenon. They're experimental aircraft. The one thing that they don't want you to believe is that they are spiritual entities.
Why would that be so threatening to them?
Well, that's a great question. That is the question. Consistent with what we know about spiritual forces, which is always a deal. You know, bow down before me and all of this will be yours. I mean, it's kind of the core story in the New Testament, and it's the template for our own lives. And there is a lot of informed speculation that the U.S. government has participated in this, and the defense technology, in particular nuclear technology, is the product of that. I will say one extremely interesting thing that no one seems to know is that it's not exactly clear where nuclear technology came from.
And that
Okay, let's go back because I want to show you guys to Tucker's point. This is the files. This is the files. This is from the DOJ or the Department of War website. The new files, right? This is the downloaded files. You can see over here. I downloaded them all. Okay, these are the files. This is everywhere you look. World Flying Saucer believes convene. It'll be long before saucer is forgotten. PC reports, I saw 6 flying saucers. Right? Flying saucers are popping up. 40, see flying saucer. Like all of this stuff is flying saucer related. Look at this. This is the Department of War put this out. This is their stuff. Look at this. Just dog shit 1960s pictures from movies of flying saucers. Flying saucers mystery. Do you see what they're doing? They're going to tell us that it's exactly what we would expect for aliens, right? It's the little green men in the flying saucers. That's what these UAPs are. I don't know, guys. This one's tough. It's a tough sell to me. It's a tough sell to me that we got the little green men from other planets that flew here in flying saucers. We did discuss, we did an entire section on Project Bluebeam, Justin. It's a little bit earlier in the episode. So again, I don't know what all this is, guys. I do know, I do pay attention, though, to what happens around false flags. And I don't know if we want to call this a false flag necessarily yet, but my point is, I've talked to you guys about this a million times. Don't look at the event, the White House Correspondents' Dinner, Charlie Kirk. Look at what they do with the event afterwards. That will tell you almost every time if something is organic or if it's staged in a false flag faking gay. The White House Correspondents' Dinner. What did we see there? Looked really sketchy. Some dude somehow just ran in with a shotgun. This is before we even had the security footage when it got really bad, right? And then what did we find out? What was the narrative immediately after that by everyone? The White House Correspondents' Dinner. What all they can talk about? Are they talking about the assassination attempt anymore? Other than people like me? Has anybody talked about it? Is anybody talking about Thomas Cole Allen? No. You haven't seen Donald Trump mention his fucking name once, but what have they talked about a million times since? The ballroom, the ballroom, the ballroom. We need the ballroom, 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 ballroom. They don't care about a dude that supposedly ran into a lobby with a shotgun and almost took out half of the Trump administration. No, we were over that the first day. Right? But the ballroom, that we're still talking about it. And there's congressional bills put forward to get us funding for the ballroom now, right? That is typically, at least for me, when I look at these events, I go, what are you doing with it? Now with the aliens, I don't know. I'm not sure what they're doing with it, but I do look at what's going on around me, and I can see that gas is almost $6 a gallon at my local gas station. I know that almost all the farmers in my town are going out of business and going bankrupt right now. I know that for a fact. I know that the midterm elections are right around the corner and MAGA is about to be blown out of the water. I know that's going on. I know the Iran war is the most unpopular war in American history. I know that's going on. So I know the Epstein files are still being covered up. I know that's going on. So it just feels all like one big distraction to me. Now, could be real. All these files could be real. But why now? Why now is the question for me. I don't know about you guys, but for me, why now? Now, oh, one sec. Let's look at a couple more of these.
That whatever
let's pull this up first.
They're going to release, it will be indigestible.
What does that mean?
Right.
Indigestible as in, then it doesn't mean that it's real then.
Well, I think it means that it'll be so crazy if it's real. So crazy. He's the one that's been saying that there's these confirmed bases under the ocean, that there's these specific locations. I think you're shaking your head. You don't believe a word of it.
No. I think
God bless his guest. Just literally shook his head and laughed and said, fuck no, dude.
I think it's true that look, it's completely implausible that there aren't other species.
Right.
Completely.
All right, look at this guy. Here's a guy. He's got a fucking flat earth. He's got flat earth as his profile picture, crying about my channel. Me. The earth's flat. You're mean. Your channel sucks. It's every time, dude. I just not once when I look over and see some fucking idiot like that do I click on it and go, well, this looks like a normal person. It's just always, dude. It's always some dork like that. All right, let's get back to it. We'll talk about this in a second. Sorry.
Implausible.
Just
the vastness of what we're dealing with. So the real question is why haven't we encountered people or those things, those beings?
Right.
And it's probably because they have bigger fish to fry. So by the time that we meet them and they meet us, we're going to kind of be at the edge of we've kind of been there, done that on our own planet. And then we've kind of developed the technology, I guess, to get beyond it.
Maybe. Now, Joe said at the beginning of that, the government said the files that are going to be released are so crazy that they're not even digestible. Now, I want to see, can you guys digest these files? Can you digest these? Would you believe? Saucer visits Wichita. UFOs reported here. Boy is burned by flying ship. Flying saucers, quakes linked. Planet Pluto saucers. Seen? Talked with? ? Can you guys believe this? Whoa, 100 watch UFO flying saucers mystery. This is what they released. Is this indigestible? Here's some fucking cartoons, by the way. Bunch of cartoons. This is all cartoons. Flying saucers. Is this indigestible for you guys? Can you digest this? Civil Defense Director watches flying saucer. I know what I saw. Egg-shaped craft. Okay. All right. This is what they released. This is you cannot digest this. It's literally just a compilation of newspaper articles so far. Again, I don't know, Joe. Sorry, Joe. I'm not sure now that they've released them that this is indigestible. All right, let's get oh wait, that's the scientist. We'll get to that in a second. Get a couple more. Again, just see there's the alien tinfoils are loving it though, right? The people that are all in on aliens. right? And I'm not saying aliens aren't real, or that these aren't demons. I'm just saying that it's a little bizarre that it's coming from the government, the Trump administration.
Everything. What is your high level 30,000 foot view of what this phenomena actually is? Oof. Look, I think it's been made pretty clear to me that we're not dealing with one non-human intelligent life, that we're dealing with multiple forms of intelligent life from multiple origins, and essentially the universe is full of life. And so extraterrestrials, I think all things are on the table. I think it could be extraterrestrials, and I think this concept of interdimensional beings, as fantastical as that sounds, could be one of the other possibilities of origin. There's also the possibility of there being other intelligent life that's been here all along, and that Earth has been the home to home for to the beginning, since the beginning. Future humans, human time travelers. I guess it'd be
all right. When we hit human time travelers, I had to stop. Okay, now we also should take a look at this. This has just started. Sweden has now begun doing implants of microchips in thousands of people to replace IDs, credit cards, keys, and wallets. It says, somebody says, I'm Swedish. It's not a big deal. Only 3,000 to 6,000 people have done it so far. Anyway, this is as of 4 days ago. So apparently, yes, we have started the trend of the digital ID implants. Digital ID implants. This has started, right? We all knew it was coming. We know the technology. We're way past the technology for it. But again, if you're somebody who what are you doing here? Why are you here? Go be a fucking crybaby cuck somewhere else if you don't like my show, dude. What are you here? You're here rage commenting? Think about how fucking pathetic you are. You're literally spending your time watching me, and you don't like my channel. Do you know how fucking pathetic that is? Guys, I'll tell you this. If I don't like someone's content, you know what I don't do? I just don't watch it. I couldn't imagine how big of a fucking loser you have to be in your real life, just fucking loser you have to be sitting at home going, who do I not like? Let me go tune into what they're talking about, and let me try to talk shit to them in the comment section. I mean, bro, what a fucking pathetic loser you are, dude. What a fucking dork. God, man. God, come on, dude. I like, this is how you spend your time on a fucking Friday evening? Friday evening. You obviously got no wife. You got no kids. You got no friends. You have nothing to do other than get online and fucking rage comment on a Friday evening? Oh, dude. God, I don't want you to actually off yourself, because you're probably very, very depressed and very sad human being, a very sad man. So I'm not going to bully you any more than that. But I mean, that is sad though. Isn't that sad? Isn't that sad? I don't think I've ever once tuned into Ben Shapiro's live stream or Tatum's live stream and sat there. God, dude. What a fucking loser, man. Ah, that's too bad. I feel bad for you. Okay, now, but anyway, this shit is sketchy, right? When we go into the, mark of the beast type stuff. What I want to ask you guys is, this, I promise you, this is coming to America in the next 5-10 years. And it's going to be through convenience, right? You don't got to carry a wallet. You don't got to carry credit cards. You don't got to worry about losing your cards or ID or updating anything. All you got to do is get the implant. It's got you scan it on your door to your house. You scan it at the grocery store to pay. You can make phone calls with it. You can do everything from that implant in your hand, right? So let me ask you guys this. Will you take the implant? Why would you not? Why would you not, right? Why would you not, guys? It's such a great, convenient tool. right? There's no reason not to take it. Even though we have the elites talking about trying to summon demons, and we have, the elites literally talking about Luciferian, satanic, Baal worshiping, Moloch, cannibalism of children. Like, why would you not take it? Why would you not take it? Let me know what you guys think. Would you be willing to take the the convenience implant? Munchkin's fully into it now. Now we got, luckily she can hang out here. That a little bit here. Okay, let's a couple super chats and we'll jump back in here. We're going to jump into all of the scientists that are disappearing, because it's a little bizarre that while this is being released, we've had like 11 scientists in the anti-gravitational field just go missing or unalive themselves recently. Very, very weird. We're going to talk about that. Talk about that next. Send JD to ask him probing questions. Yeah, that could work. If Jesus actually existed and he was the son of God, then he was an alien by definition because he was not of this earth. Yeah, I mean, if he was from Mexico, he would be an alien too, right? So, I mean, if we're just going strictly by English grammar, semantics on words, okay, yeah, sure. Yeah, he would be an illegal alien from, Honduras. I guess there's that, if that's how you identify things, is through English vernacular. But, what do I know? Random says, this is ridiculous. Both DNR are both compromised. True. I'm only voting independent in 2028. I'll vote this guy if nobody steps up. Oh, yeah, we got to talk about, it was supposed to be the video today, but again, my computer, my microphone, everything went to shit. We got to talk about Thomas Massey. I think we'll save it for tomorrow's video. You guys know Thomas Massey's election is in 10 days, right? The primary. And it's looking a little sketchy. There's a chance he's going to lose. And not because I want him to lose, obviously. I think it's the most important election in 2026 by far. But we'll talk about it tomorrow. Anyway, I got a little sidetracked, but it's very, very sketchy. They're spending AIPAC is spending tens of millions of dollars right now to try to how will he lose? Because you want to see how he'll lose? I'll just pull this up. Hold on one second. Watch this. I'll show you how he might lose. This is going to blow your mind. This is actually the whole premise of tomorrow's video. I'll just give you a little tidbit. There's a little off topic, right? This is why he might lose. This is his opponent. This is as of a couple days ago, who is now up. This is for a fucking, think about this. This is for a congressional race in Kentucky. They've dropped 10, just AIPAC. He's also getting donations from a ton of other Israel lobby PACs as well, by the way. $10 million. This is more than any other congressman, I believe. Any other sitting congressman. So when you ask me, how might he lose? Well, when you spend tens of millions of dollars, and you got to keep in mind, not everybody's on YouTube, not everybody's watching independent media. The majority of people, I'm not calling them sheep, right, to be rude. I'm just saying they're not paying attention. They're just living their lives, and they're just watching whatever comes up on the commercials, on the TV, right, when they're watching Netflix or whatever they're watching. And when all they see is, all they see is Massey's opponent coming up, and they watch Massey, all the bad things about Massey flooding their feed over and over and over again for weeks and weeks and weeks on end because they have tens of millions of dollars to spend on ads and commercials. People go, oh, well, I don't want to vote for him. I'm not going to vote for this guy because they don't know. So guys, in elections, money matters, dude. Money matters a lot. Like if you can flood the zone in a place like Kentucky, right? But again, $10 million, bro. This guy, he's not even a sitting congressman, dude. I mean, I don't think he may be. This might be the highest I've ever seen from anyone that's not a presidential candidate. How crazy is that? And this is pre, guys. This is the primaries. That's the primaries. Imagine if he beats Massey, how much fucking money they're going to spend to try to get him across the line in the general. Tens of millions. So yeah, it's scary, dude. It's scary, guys. Like, he could lose simply because they're just going to they're going to spend 10x what they are going to spend in any other election around the country. Why? Well, why doesn't Israel want Thomas Massey to be in Congress? I don't know. Might have something to do with the reason why, he was the one that forced the release of the Epstein files. He's anti-war with Iran. Anyway, I got a whole video on it coming, right? But again, it's fucking crazy, right? So again, it's not good, man. That's why I want to talk about it on the channel, right? Get some optics on it. So hopefully he can get a little bit more support, because scary out here. All right, let's talk about all of these missing scientists, right? Let's talk about the missing scientists. We'll hit a couple super chats here first, and then we'll talk about the missing scientists. All right, because this is, again, very bizarre that all of these missing scientists in the sort of UFO field, not necessarily UFO, but, anti-gravitational, physics field, that are disappearing at the same time that we're going to announce aliens are real. It's kind of weird. All right. Butterfly says, I care more about if there are pedos than if they're aliens. Just saying. Yeah, we all do, turns out. Can we stop this BS and bring our boys home? That would be nice, right? That would be nice. Probably not. No, because we're distracted right now. Anybody talking about the Iran war? Nope. No, we're not. We're not doing an episode on it today, are we? We're talking about the alien files, because we are ingesting the slop just like everyone else. We're doing it in a way that's a little bit different than everybody else, but that's the way it goes. Name for the new Highland cow should be brisket, so we can stay in the realm of naming cows after cuts of beef. Brisket's pretty good. Angus is pretty good. I like both of those. We can do some voting here by the end of the show. Brisket for the win. Jasmine like brisket. Okay. We'll do brisket, Angus. We'll do a couple names, and we'll do a poll for it here in a little bit. Dennis, is that how you spell it? That's an interesting way to say it, Dennis. Hey Nate, I wonder what's your take on Ukraine and the announced ceasefire. I did not see there was an announced ceasefire. I will say this: there has been 487 announced ceasefires in that conflict since the start of it. So I don't have any faith that this ceasefire, whatever it is, I have no idea what it is. Do I have faith that it's going to hold? No, because the last 800 of them didn't hold. So, but I think it would be great. Why would we want that war to continue, right? Why do we want hundreds of thousands of young men being slaughtered? No, no, we want that war to end too. We don't want massive wars between anybody, but let alone first world peers. So I think it'd be great. I would love to see that war end, personally. Right? However that looks. I don't know. I'm not going to get into a lot of people. Well, they can't give up land, and it's just, I don't care. Just cut it off. We don't need to be killing hundreds of thousands of young men for no reason, in my opinion. I feel that way across the board. Thank you, Fox. Okay, AJ. Bobby says, I feel so much more informed now. Finally, files that mean so much. Yes. We're going to get back into them in a little bit and work our way through some of the new files here in a second, Bobby. Barkster says, Nate, congrats on the new studio. Did you check for aliens under the desk? Well, something just came in. Got the new sign just rolled in. Oh, just got to grab Munchkin. We're pausing. Oh, we got the dog. Oh, Bear, what are you doing? All right, we had to grab Munchkin. All right, let's keep moving. Sorry, guys. Are you going to set that up? Yeah, pull it out. And let's see what it is. I'll keep going. All right, we got the actual part of the studio just showed up, so we might be able to do this live as we're doing it. Yeah, my wife loves that. Okay. UFOs might be real, but so is Epstein's Island. Yes, it is. Do I believe in aliens? No. Do I believe in UAPs? Yes. A longtime friend of mine is a VP in a drone company with DoD contracts. Interesting. Yeah, I think UAPs probably, again, I don't believe whatever the government tells me they are. All right. So if the Trump administration tells me they're little green aliens and flying saucers, I immediately know they are most certainly not little green men and flying saucers. That's all I know. Don't know what they are, but I know they're not that. Anyone notice for the past 10 years, MSM could not stop LARPing about Donald J. Trump, MAGA, yet now crickets. Yeah, all of the mainstream media outlets are pretty much pro-Trump, even MSNBC and CNN, because they all been bought, by, I don't know, Larry Ellison, who owns like fucking everything now. Drake says, pretty sure the blob in the White House is from all right. One more, and then we'll jump back into the show. Six Mom says, Nate, you're missing the point. We will be deporting all of these aliens as soon as we can find them. Might be a little difficult since they're here a long time, and we never noticed them. Maybe that that's the new plan. Is we gotta start deportation operations from the aliens that were already here. The native aliens, the Native Americans, but they're native aliens. Yeah, I mean, who knows? Probably. All right, let's jump into the scientists, huh? Let's talk about what's going on with this. All right, so yes, the 11 disappearing scientists and their field of research. Right, you had Amy Eskridge, independent researcher out Alabama, anti-gravitational propulsion, UFO, extraterrestrial research, electrostatic propulsion. Passed away June 2022. What was the cause of death? Oh, ruled of course, self-unaliving. Okay. We got Michael David Hicks, research scientist at NASA in their NASA Jet Propulsion Laboratory. Research areas, asteroid characterization, deep space observation. All right, July 30th, 2023. Found deceased in his residence. Cause? Unknown. Okay. So we just said nobody knew what happened to him. This is going to get to be really common here. Frank Maywald, principal scientist, NASA Jet Propulsion Laboratory. Planetary Robotic Systems, JPL Deep Space Missions. All right, 2024, cause of death? Unknown. Wow. Okay. This is getting really common here. The same thing over and over ago. All right, Anthony Chavez, retired employee, National Laboratory, New Mexico, material processing director, Rocket Dime, or Aerojet Rocket Dime. Missing since 2025. Just straight up missing. Never found her, or never found him, excuse me. Never found him. Just missing. That's good. Melissa Casillas, administration officer, security clearance, Los Alamos National Laboratory, high security clearance. Missing since June 2026. Just missing. Never been found. Car and belongings found at home, both personal work phones, factory reset before disappearance. This is super normal. Yeah, all of her belongings in her car found at home. She's gone, and her work phones had all been factory reset. So that's, I'm sure, super normal and organic. Stephen Garcia, nuclear weapons assets oversight, high-level security clearance, missing. Okay. Left behind his personal things, of course. Shocker. Jason Thomas, assistant director at Novartis. Pharmaceutical research, cancer treatments, missing. Body found in a lake. Okay. All right, here's a couple more. Nuno Lirerio, MIT plasma scientist, fusion center, fatally shot recently outside of his home. Super normal. Carl Grinmeier, astrophysicist, fatally shot on his front porch. Okay. Super normal. All right, William Neil McCasland, retired Air Force Major General, research laboratory, missing. Left home on foot, carrying only his weapon, because that's normal. Oh, wow, that looks awesome. So anyway, there they are, guys. Does that seem normal to you? That's just super normal, right? Just 11 scientists all in the similar fields of research that either have just completely gone missing or were shot on their front porch. And again, just, all of that is recent of in the last 2 years, most of those leading into the release of all this. So yeah, wow. Okay. What do you guys think? Let me get some ideas. What do you guys think in the comments? What's going on here? Why are all of these anti-gravitational propulsion system scientists either missing or being shot on their front porch? What do we think? This doesn't feel organic. Like, I'm sorry, I just don't think that many scientists, it's probably extremely rare to find physicists in this line of field, and then so many of them are either going missing or being unalived. I don't know, guys. I'm trying to think, like, I'm trying to still put everything together here. Why do we have all of these scientists going missing? Why do we have the Trump administration randomly out of nowhere putting out these files that nobody asked for? Nobody gives a shit about aliens. Nobody asked for it. Poll? Yeah, I know. I don't even know what to put in the poll, Jasmine. That's the problem. You want to put it up there?
It also comes with it doesn't have batteries, of course, but I think you can dim it.
Oh yeah, it probably needs to be dimmed a little bit. Sorry guys, we're looking at the new sign. Yeah, we'll get that thing up there. Yeah. We're gonna swap this thing out midstream, guys. Midstream. Here we go. Boom, 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 boom. Here we go. Sorry guys, we're taking a little pause here to get the this was supposed to come earlier. This is the final piece. Final piece to the studio. I don't know. Are you gonna need help? Huh? Oh yeah, here we go. It's gotta get plugged in, but it's gonna be sweet. All right. Anyway, yeah, we got Miss Valhalla behind us doing work. Oh, there she is. Okay, let's hit some super chats while she sets that up, huh? All right, the aliens are interdimensional beings, good and bad. Yeah, I think so too. I'm way more under the yeah, it looks good. Right here? What do we think, guys? That looks pretty solid right there, huh?
Good, because it's not moving.
Are you sure you don't need help? She's going for it now. All right. Keep going. Oh, we got this one from Six's mom already. Thank you. Yeah, I tend to agree with you on this, AJ. If they are real, I don't think they're extraterrestrial. I think they're probably interdimensional. Whatever that means. I don't know. But again, if Trump tells me they're real, then I don't believe it. T-Bird says, with Iran sending Eliad's demands, country stating non-local ships on the seafloor or pay no compromise up, will it force boots on the ground? No, I don't think so. It's looking like we just gave up. Like we literally just gave up, guys. And maybe I think that's maybe, oh, yeah, we got to turn, that's good. We got to turn the brightness down a little bit. Well, it's too bright at the moment.
You want it off?
Yeah, let's it's fine for now. We'll dim the lighting on that a little bit. Yeah, they said my eyes. Go ahead and turn that off. There's dimmer on it, guys. We just got to get the batteries in the remote. All right. Yeah, it's sweet, huh?
All right, I'll be back if I find batteries. If not,
What type of batteries does it take?
I think we have AAA batteries in the house.
All right. All right. We'll get that up. Yeah, that's gonna look sweet, huh? Hell yeah. Hell yeah, yeah. Yeah, that's gonna be a sweet sign once we're done, once we got the right brightness on it. Okay. Anyway, so that's how we were supposed to start, guys. We were supposed to be festive, new sign, Munchkin, right? The new cow, which we'll name in a second. All right, a couple more and we'll jump back in. Will these files confirm the existence of Darth Vader, Chewbacca? Probably, dude. Why not? Why not? Make Trump Darth Vader, sure. Cool. Thanks, Bobby. John says, look into the Gnostic text about, and that will explain everything. It all comes from one above all, the monad. It's all connected. Okay. AJ says, ever heard of Immaculate Constellation Government Project? No, the Immaculate Constellation? No, I know about Immaculate Conception. Okay. Now, this is kind of crazy. Let's watch this. Do you guys know who Bob Lazar is? Hopefully you know who Bob Lazar is, right? Bob Lazar is way ahead of his time talking about all of this, anti-proportional technology, element 115, all this crazy shit. Like 40 years ago, he was talking about this. And it's kind of all been proven, not necessarily right, but the government is now sort of saying all the things he talked about are true. So Hopefully you guys know who he is.
On Carl Grillmeyer, the Caltech astrophysicist that was murdered just hours after President Trump told the government to release the alien files. Turns
That's
out
recent,
that he
dude.
also went to Caltech for graduate school, the same place that Bob Lazar said that he went to graduate school. And what do you know? They're the same age. They're both 67. So they would have gone to school together. It's also important to note that NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory is at Caltech. And don't forget, in 1989, Bob Lazar claimed that he worked at Area 51, where he was using an unknown element, element 115, to fuel jet propulsion. They called him crazy because there was no such thing as...
Now, the crazy thing about Bob Lazar talking about element 115 back in the 80s is that when he was talking about it, that element didn't exist in science. And then years later, it was proven to exist, which little odd, right? A little odd. But again, that scientist was literally just killed outside of his home days ago. I got just again, very, very bizarre. Here's another one. This one happened, and he had a huge YouTube channel. UFO researcher had over 500,000 subs on YouTube. David Wilcock took his own life at 53. However, he also tweeted this in 2022. I plan on living. Not S at all. Just concerned about what happens when you prove God is real. So that's an interesting tweet for a guy who then took his own life 3 years later. But anyway.
The end here, so we don't have hardly any time. I love this. 10:16. The reason my Father loves me is that I lay down my life only to take it up again. That's the ascension. No one takes it from me, but I lay it down on my own accord. I have the authority to lay it down and the authority to take it up again. This commandment I received from my Father because he's an ascended being. Again, most of us can't do this. You don't get to resurrect. If you lay down your life, you're done. So please don't do that. Please don't be stupid. Okay? It's something you never want to have to go through. And again, natural is the only way to go.
Literally talking about whatever you do, don't take your own life. And somehow he just happens to take his own life. Again, I don't know. What does all this mean? I don't know, but it's getting pretty weird that all of these scientists are disappearing and unliving themselves. I mean, there's even memes. Even the memes are rolling in about this now. 15 seconds up, but... All right, I can't play the song. All right, I'm not going to play the rest of the clip. Who knows what YouTube's going to do to me, right? We never know, even if it's a Hollywood clip. All right. Then you have here, 6 days ago, would-be UFO whistleblower died of accidental drug overdose after agreeing to testify to Congress. Literally 5 days ago. Huh. Well, that's weird. That seems pretty weird. Didn't that seem pretty weird? There's just a lot of these guys. And now we're going to do our next poll. Are these connected? Okay. Are these connected? Or do you think these are 11 independent scientists all in the anti-gravitational proportions science field that all either went missing or took their own lives within the last couple of years independently of each other? Or is it connected? Let me know what you guys think. All right, let's get super tinfoil here, huh? We got Benny Johnson doing hard-hitting journalism from Benny on this subject. Here we go.
Very serious issue, and I will tell you, if this is disclosed improperly, it'll be 1,000 times worse than COVID. And I think that when you're talking about the fact we are being visited by advanced civilizations, they are not hostile. If they were hostile, we'd be gone. But we have approached them very hostilely. We have literally downed at least 1,000 or more of their spacecraft using illegal electromagnetic pulse weapons. And I know where they're being used and how they're being used. And we have captured those bodies, some living, some dead. And Mr. Gates was correct in saying that there are some gruesome programs being run by military where they've been trying to combine DNA of these creatures with humans, and they come out with these monstrous looking things that are used to abduct people. So everyone's here alien abductions. It's not the extraterrestrials doing it. It's a covert human program.
Again, this is MAGA, just MAGA, just talking about MAGA things.
We know this and we can prove it. So this is a huge story. It's the biggest scandal in the history of the United States in its founding. And I think for our 250th anniversary, we should be liberated from the secrecy, and these extraordinary technologies that could benefit all of humanity need to begin to be looked at, to be brought out.
All right. Oh, a little bit more right there. How about that? How's that look, guys? That's like perfect, huh? Look at that. Ooh, look at that. Ooh, now we're cooking with gas, huh? Also, yeah, that was the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life. But again, hard-hitting journalism by Benny Johnson, right? We've shot down thousands of alien aircraft. We just shoot them down all the time. We can't shoot down Iranian drones, by the way, in the Strait of Hormuz. Like we can't shoot down literally $20,000 piece of shit drones, but we can shoot down thousands of these interdimensional traveling aircraft. Now, for me, as someone, served at the highest levels of the military, I've saw the technology that we have at the highest levels of the military, and I don't remember us having the best technology to shoot down interdimensional spacecraft. Personally, maybe, but if we can't shoot down Iranian drones, I don't believe we're shooting down spacecraft from foreign universes or whatever the fuck they are, right? I don't know what you guys think, but for me, that's a tough sell. It looks like on the are these connected? 90% of you said yes, 10% said no. Yeah, I believe obviously they're connected. I don't know how they're connected, why they're connected, right? That's probably something we're going to learn and figure out. That's the way these things work. As we go forward, people dig, and we're going to learn more and more and more, right, as we go. Okay, here's another one talking about a little bit about Project Bluebeam and what the government is planning. Kind of interesting. This one's not not like the last. Oh wait, not like the last one we watched. Let me share over here. All right, let's play this for a couple minutes, and then I will be right back. We'll play this for about a minute and a half.
Okay. Well, I think, and we'll get into this thing a little bit, but when it was first proposed, none of the technology existed. But here we are in 2025.
Fascinating.
And a lot of the technology actually exists. But since the last episode, tickets have gone on sale for the live tour.
Yeah. So how are you feeling about it?
Great. I mean, it's my first one. So how are you feeling about it? You know how this feels.
I am very comfortable with this because touring is something I've done for a very long time. So being on a stage, doing what we're doing right now in front of a live audience seems very natural. In fact, this is what feels unnatural is
Sitting
going
here.
for so long without an audience.
Yeah. Okay. Got it.
In fact, we have a red couch over here that's empty. Sometimes we have a guest in, but it's empty. And I'm kind of thinking we should just have random people, friends that we're pouring into.
Come on.
Yeah. Hey, what are you doing at noon? Come on over and sit with us.
Once we get our routine down, it's funny. As soon as we get something settled, i.e. the room, we shake things up again. And then one of us proposes, hey, what if we did this? And now, I mean, even things on the radio show are changing. Things, on the podcast are changing. And it's funny. It's like, as soon as we can kind of get a handle on this, that'd be cool. Just have people just pop in and
it
share
does.
their thoughts,
So we plan on having Kirk Cameron coming up on the next episode. That's the
I
plan.
think he's next week.
Hal Elrod, dear friend, possibly even the one after that. We can make our plans. The Lord establishes our steps.
right.
So
That's
we
right.
plan on these things. But as those are two in a row, people that'll be on the TV screen here.
Yeah.
Or no, Hal will be in person.
Yeah. Hal lives close to us.
Yeah, he lives in Austin. Kirk will be on TV. So we could have people come and sit in and just listen or watch. So that could be fun.
Love that.
So
But yeah,
go
the
ahead.
Tour, I would say the tour, you can buy tickets right now. Granger's.
All right. So, what do I think is going to happen? Because now we've just had the first release of the first drop, right? Where this supposedly It's going to be like the Epstein files where why they can't just release these all at once, digital data, like the Pentagon can't figure out how to release like 10 gigabytes of data all at once. I don't know, but what's going to happen here? Here's what I think we got coming. Maybe I didn't have it at the right section. They were different section. They were talking about the government using this as a means to again fool people into falling for a one world religion type thing. But anyway, Project Bluebeam type stuff. But anyway, what I think is going to happen here, they thought this was going to be some big distraction, and this was going to be like Epstein files round 2. All of the social media creators like me, we're going to jump into this, and we were just going to deep dive it for the next 2-3 months, right? We're just analyzing every single document, just like we did with the Epstein files, right? That's what I think Donald Trump and the government thought was going to happen. What do I think is going to happen? Well, I think everybody like me who opened up these files and realized that it's a bunch of fucking trash news articles and like slop fucking 1980s, movie footage is going to look at this and go, oh, it's all fake. It's all fake and gay. And so what'll happen now is they're going to continue to release these files and no one's going to give a fuck. No one's going to do content on it. Nobody's going to care. And we're just going to move on with our lives to the next thing. You know what I mean? Maybe not. I don't know. Do you guys see this as something that you're even going to be interested in a week from now? When they're like, oh, here's some more files. Here's some more articles. Or are you guys going to be like, yeah, we saw it. It was fucking dumb. And now we're good. Let's focus on something else. Right? Let's and again, it's interesting to talk about for this episode because it's new, but guys, I was hoping we were going to get something crazy. Let's do a poll a week from now. Right? We know how fast the media cycle moves. You guys going to give a shit about this a week from now? I was actually kind of hoping, guys, that we were going to get something crazy, right? Whether it was AI slop or like, they were going to tell us that, again, Trump was crypto Jesus from a foreign universe and he flew in and he's here to save us all. I thought we were going to get something crazy like that. All the buildup, all the talk, the fact they did an entire website for this. And everybody's like, oh, okay. Again, and we'll look at a few more of these, right? And I'll show you what's in these files. Let me show you. All right, let's get back to it. Here's some more of the files, right? This changes everything. Oh, whoops, I didn't mean to stop sharing that, guys. So let me pull that back up. And again, these are straight from the DOJ's or department. I gotta stop saying that. I'm so used to talking about the Department of Justice, the Epstein files, the Department of War. Here we go. Here's some more. Here's a bunch of proof. Look at this. Yes. This is all the pieces of aircraft they're found, right? Venture Press, 1947. Okay. And as we get down here, here we go. Here we go, guys. Here's the proof. Here we go. You guys ready? Wow, look at that. Holy shit. I mean, this changes everything. Guys, this, and these are the files. Guys, you can see, you can look on my screen. I'm literally pulling it straight from the download. This changes everything, ladies and gentlemen. Wow. Okay, all right, here we go. Okay. Whoa, dude. This is crazy. Metal fragments observed at West Ridge, New Hampshire, July 7th, 1947. All right. So again, this is all this is just, more and more just documents talking about. I mean, we'd have to go. Maybe somebody I got to use AI to go through these guys. Like nothing. There's nothing. It's nothing good. It's just slop, man. Yeah, it's pictures of rocks. It's literally just pictures of rocks, old news articles. They didn't even fucking try. They didn't even try. Think about what you can do with technology in 2026. Think about like Avengers, the movies we go watch. You couldn't do anything better than that than just shitty pictures of old news articles and grainy videos and pictures of rocks. That's it. That's the file so far. Maybe this is like, oh, well, don't worry. The big stuff's coming, right? The big stuff is coming, right? Let's look at some more of these. Let's see what else we can find. I mean, there's hundreds of documents here. All right, here we go. Here's some more. Here's some more of the files. All right, we got a flying disc. Here we go. Look at this flying disc, guys. Let's see if I can zoom in. Whoa, flying disc. Whoa, that's crazy. They found that. Looks like a fucking piece of fucking wood. Oh, look at this thing. Look at this. This is ancient alien technology, right? This is in 1947, by the way. Whoa. Wow, look at this. Oh, it says Russia on it, too. Oh, my gosh. That's crazy. That definitely looks like alien technology, doesn't it? Doesn't this look like technology that you could warp between dimensions with? Yeah, just happens to say Russia on it. There we go. Here's another flying disc, guys. Look at these flying discs. Wow, look at the tech. Look at this. Isn't this crazy? This is the files, guys. I'm sorry you're probably let down, right? I know we were tuning in tonight like, okay, the alien files got released. Nate's going to bring us the files. We're going to tune in and see how fucking crazy this is. That's it, dudes. That's the files so far. Womp, 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 womp. Yeah, it is a big letdown, right? Like if you're going to do something and they talk this up, this is what's so crazy is what were they telling us? What was Anna Paulina Luna and Birch and Trump and everybody saying this is going to change everything when the American public see this? Oh my God. They won't even be able to digest this. You guys won't even be able to digest. Where did I find? Somebody say, where'd you find these jewels? From the goddamn website. I downloaded them. Guys, let me show you. These are literally, I'll show you. You can do it yourself, guys, right now. I promise you. Look, this is not hard. Can you guys see? Oh, I don't think you guys, let me get the whole thing. See if I can pull the whole thing up here. It's not showing, for some reason, it's not showing the actual website. But let me show you, this is the website. I'll pin it for you guys. You can go. Promise you can go download these yourselves and tell you I'm not. That's it. That's the website, right? War.gov, UFO. You can click on it yourself. Scroll down, right, to right here. I'll show you. And this is it. You download them right here. Here's the files. Download them straight to your computer. This very first one I downloaded is this one right here. Or excuse me. It's this one. This is the very first one. You can see it for yourself. Go and download it yourself. This is the fucking first file they released. This trash. That's the fucking Department of War's website, right? I pin it right there for you. You can download them yourself. Again, where did I find it? The government gave it to us, guys. Yeah, no thanks is fine. Like you guys, you can trust me, right? If you don't trust me, you can click on the link and you can download it yourself and see. But that's what we got. That's what we got. It's disappointing, huh? What a letdown. So I'm sorry, guys, if you tuned in tonight thinking that you were going to see the proof that aliens exist and angels and demons are in an interdimensional war in front of us, and this is the big reveal, and Project Bluebeam is happening amongst us. Turns out it's just a bunch of news articles and pictures from 1945 to about 1966. So far, maybe they're concealing the good stuff. Maybe the good stuff's coming soon. What I wouldn't be surprised to see is when they realize everybody goes, this is fucking dumb, that maybe like next week, like the real big reveals come. And that's when we get like the high quality AI slop. Like, ooh, here's what do they call them? The Nordics. The Nordics. That's what they've been talking about. The Nordic aliens. there are these giant Scandinavian Viking aliens. Have you guys seen this? You know what I'm talking about, right? This is a real thing. This is what they're talking. This is what the government's talking about, is that they're Nordic. I believe they call them Nordics, right? Nordic aliens. Let me pull it up. Yeah. This is what they call them, Nordics. And you think I'm crazy, but the government is talking about this. This is literally the United States government telling us this is what they are. Yeah, they're these. They're this is what they're saying they are. Maybe we got Nordic alien Vikings, right? I guess. But again, this is like this is what Donald Trump and people were talking. I don't know if Trump was talking about it, but some of the other the MAGA crowd was talking about how it's the Nordics. No, I'm not. You guys, I'm not. Have I not? You guys are saying stop like I'm making this up. I'm not making any of this up. I'm showing you. I literally linked the fucking website where you can download the files from. I'm not making this up. This is the fucking government. Guys, this is the government saying this, not Nate. I'm laughing at it with you guys. I'm just saying this is what the government is fucking feeding us. It's saying, believe this, please, America. Don't focus on the Epstein files or the botched war in Iran or gas that's $6 a gallon. You need to focus on the Nordic aliens that are interdimensional beings in a war between demons and whatever is going on. Maybe. I don't know. Again, I'm sorry. I'm not the one. I'm not bringing you the tinfoil. The government is bringing you the tinfoil. Again, it's wild out here, ladies and gentlemen. It's absolutely wild. I'll show you guys this. While we were talking about this, JD sent this to me and was like, what the fuck is this? Look at this. Look at this. Holy shit. They literally built a golden statue to Trump. What are they calling it? I believe they're calling it yes. So MAGA, here we go. We got to look at the actual headline. MAGA evangelical leaders gather in Mar-a-Lago to bless and dedicate a golden statue dedicated to Trump 6 hours ago. So they are literally blessing him like he is the second coming of Christ. Evangelical leaders are here blessing the statue, by the way. Like I said, alien Trump Jesus, it's here. Here we go.
I want to make sure everyone can hear. Okay, sir.
Hello, everybody. I want to thank you so much for
my God.
being here today.
Bro, they literally had Trump call in for this shit. Obviously, I haven't seen this yet. Let's watch this together. This is going to be good.
And more importantly, for what you did, the statue is beautiful. You know, I saw it during the weekend. We had a big PGA tournament with a great champion and all great champions, actually. But it was a great tournament, and I got to look at it very closely, and it's incredible. And I just want to thank you. I know it was done from love, and I want to thank Mark Burns, a pastor. He's a good pastor. He's a good man.
It's true. He's literally thanking pastors for blessing the statue. That's not even a bunk headline. He's fucking talking about it.
I've known him a long time. He's been with me from the beginning, right from the beginning. Maybe about 2 days later, right? 2 days. But
right, Mr. President.
he was right at the beginning, and I appreciate it, Mark. You're great. And
this isn't fake. You can tell they have a speaker that they're putting the phone up to. Right here.
Really a good person. And I want to thank everybody there. I don't know, here there's a good crowd of people, but I want to thank you all, and I won't forget it. And we love you all, and the country's doing great. And Iran is not doing good because of us. They are not doing well at all.
Oh.
And good things are
Now you know it's real. Now you know it's fucking real based off of this. He's off script now.
happening. And I just want to really give you my love. And I wish I could be there where we want to make sure everything's going perfect on the war front. So I figure you can understand that. But we'll see you all around. I just want to, again, it's everybody is taking pictures of it. My people told me that it's unbelievable. All day long they're taking pictures. They stand up next to it and they have their picture taken. It really came out beautiful. I didn't know what to expect. I just want to thank you all, and we love you all, and God bless America. God bless you, sir. God bless you. We love
Oh my God. Now, guys, we played a clip on Tuesday. Some of you may remember where Donald Trump, remember when Donald Trump was asked about the oil situation in the Middle East, right? They were talking about how to work around the Strait of Hormuz. And then Donald in that not a press conference, but in that meeting, and Donald Trump stopped him and said, "Who cares about that? What about my statue?" You guys remember that? And then everybody laughed. He wasn't fucking kidding. He was talking about that motherfucking statue. That's all I thought maybe he's joking, like at first, right? Trump's trying to be funny and like, hey, don't forget about the oil. What about the statue to me, being Trump? He wasn't kidding. He was fucking talking about that statue that they built him at Mar-a-Lago. Oh my God, dude. Guys, I just, oh shit. Imagine if any other president did that. Any other president is, oh God, guys, you should see Twitter right now. Look at this. Look at Twitter. Like, you remember the clip I showed you earlier? Look at what they're saying. Twitter's all over it, or X, talking about, oh, this is what it is. This is the angel right here. See the angel on the right? This proves it. This proves it right here. What the fuck is going on, dude? Look at this angel. Let's see if I can pull it up here. There it is, guys. Do you see it? This proves angels are real. It's just like the artwork. Yeah. Okay. Looks like Crosshairs in an old grainy, shitty, video game where you're dropping Cass off IR footage. All right. Guys, never mind. Look who it was posted by. Oh, shit. I didn't realize. I just looked over. I just looked at top part of the screen here, guys. Look. Oh, no. 46 minutes ago. Oh, no, dude. Oh, God. Here we go. Here we fucking go, guys. Jesus, man. They're literally posting this shit on Twitter. Okay. Now, I'm not saying that's not like these things aren't pulled. It says I'm sold. Oh, God, dude. I thought we thought this was funny, right? We literally looked at that clip earlier and all laughed at it together. And now we have people in Congress posting that on Twitter, talking about how it proves angels are real. Guys, this is the worst timeline ever. Nothing has ever I don't think there's been a time in human history where anything has been as fake and gay as 2026. Has there ever been a time that a timeline has been so dumb as right now? As right now. May of 2026. Yeah, but that was mainly like a book that was forecasting things, right? That wasn't even that bad back then. COVID? Yeah, okay. COVID's good. Yeah, COVID's good. COVID's fair. But I don't know, man. We're talking about angels and demons and again, maybe it's real, right? But again, now that we have MAGA congressmen and Donald Trump posting that it's real on Twitter, I'm out, dude. I'm like, casino dealer, right? Or I'm out, dude. Nope. Wash my hands of it. I don't believe in aliens or demons or angels anymore. I used to. I did. Before today, I was a big believer in UAPs, and I thought they were I've talked to you guys about this before, that I thought they were interdimensional. Now I don't believe any of it. Now I think it's all fake. Right? Maybe, what, like when Trump tells me it's real, I'm out, dude. I'm sorry, guys. I can't do it. Okay. That's gonna wrap up today's show. We almost did 3 hours. We got to do super chats now. Okay. But, yeah, sorry. I hope you guys had fun. I hope we still had, I hope we got to vote on our new cow's name. I hope we still had fun, right? Did we at least still have fun laughing about how sad and pathetic and what a letdown this turned out to be together, right? We did it together, right? We did it together, right? Obviously was not what we were hoping for. But hopefully we at least had fun. We most likely will not be covering aliens again on the show unless they come out with something crazy and they do full Project Bluebeam and I get to take my phone out and, you know, film the drones in the sky and we talk about it. Most likely this is the one and done story and we'll get back to the regular stuff. All right. Let's vote. Let's vote on our new Highland cow's name. We had, what were some other good ones? I saw Angus. I saw Brisket. What were some, well, give me two more that you guys liked that you saw people talking about that were popular, right? We had Angus and Brisket. And then we'll slap a couple other ones in there to vote on. Those ones are both pretty good. Rufus. No calf. Okay. This one's funny. This one's funny. I do like that. Ribeye is pretty funny. Lip Brisket. It's got to be just one name, guys. It's got to be one name. Tallow. I like tallow. All right. We definitely, the ones I saw the most were Angus and Brisket. All right. Angus and Brisket. Then we'll do Chuck, Gary, Little Cow, Sergeant Moo, Kobe, Dave, T-Bone. These are all good ones. Chuck. I like ribeye too. Ribeye is a good one. We got to keep it on theme, right? We got to keep it on theme with sirloin. All right, we'll do ribeye. One more. Calholla. I saw that one a bunch of times. Calholla. That was a little bit hard to say. All right, there we go. Let's vote on that, and we'll start jumping into the super chats. All right, guys. Again, this was the end of the regular scheduled stream. So thank you so much hanging with me. Obviously, we had fun. We got the studio finally set up. I think it looks good. I think it looks really nice. I think this definitely tied it all together. So thank you all so much. Glad you guys got to be a part of it with me. Had Munchkin in the stream tonight, so definitely was a good one. All right, Wangu. Oh, Wangu would have been a good one. Wangu would have been a good one. That's all right. That's all right. I do like Wangu, actually. Okay. All right. So you guys can vote on that. For everybody who's just here for the aliens portion, super chats, I imagine, are going to be fun tonight, given the ridiculousness of the topic. So let's jump into it. And if you're just here for the show, then we're done. If you're here for the super chats, here we go. All right. Let's hammer them out. All right. If this goes through, I've been unbanned from super chats here. I suggest cheeseburger for the name. I don't think I can ban you from super chats. Here's what I'll tell you guys. YouTube is getting very strict on what you can put in super chats. I tried for like 20 minutes on Jesse's stream. I don't know if you watched Jesse's stream on Larry Loomer's S tape. And I kept trying to, yesterday, super chat Jesse and say that I was here to see the Larry Loomer hog reveal, Larry's massive hog reveal, because I thought Jesse was going to show us, Jigsaw's massive hog. That's was going to be what the S tape was. I couldn't even get YouTube to let me say, I want to see Larry's massive hog. So they're getting real strict out here. So if you, anyway, if you guys, if you guys like try to super chat and it gives you like message won't send, most likely it's YouTube's algorithm that's blocking you. It's very, very strict, which is a little bizarre, but all right. Anyway, let's keep moving. I was for sure we were going to have a ceasefire today. Shaking my head. How many distractions can they release all at once to overwhelm the algorithm? Yeah. And now no ceasefire. Now they don't got to worry about it, right? Because now we're distracted by aliens. Suan says, Sweet Valhalla VFT's Coast to Coast Hour. Love it. Thank you, Suan. Thank you, Sean. JP says, if aliens can attack Earth, we are literally effed worse than the pandemic. Effed humanity like we can barely make it to the moon. Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's a great point. Think about this. If aliens from a different universe or galaxy could get here, they have the technology to absolutely shit smoke us. Again, my point is we can't even stop Iranian drones. So, yeah, we would already be cooked. if they were here. So great point on that one. Voice of Reason says, big fan of the channel. Thank you. The only reason I even went to work today was because you were live. It sounds like you're working hard. But yeah, I'm glad. How many of you guys watch while you're working? I didn't used to have a job where I could watch while I was working, but anyway. All right. Joe says, Larry Loomer, Nancy Pelosi, Bill Gates, Jerry Nadler, etc. Yeah, we all know there's aliens. It's real life Men in Black. Love the show in the news studio. Happy Mother's Day. Oh, yes, it is Mother's Day. Make sure you tell Happy Mother's Day to all the moms out there in the chat, of course, and make sure you tell your moms Happy Mother's Day and get them, flowers and go visit them, this weekend. Okay. I'll have Mama Valhalla will be out here. I don't know. Mama Valhalla's in the chat a lot, guys, by the way. Mom's been watching the show pretty regularly. So sometimes I got to remember that, not be too crazy. You know what I mean? So we got Mama Valhalla coming out on Sunday as well. Skynet's here. Yeah, it's fake aliens, right? Fake aliens instead of, AI aliens, I guess. And I guess it all works. Thank you, Six Mom. Bridge says if the Department of Energy doesn't release the files, then they're only trying to distract us and aren't going to tell us shit. Yeah, good point. Also, why is the Department of War releasing them? Anyway, it's small, but if you name the cow Calf, it would still be bigger than yours. That's a good joke. That's a good rib. That's funny, and it's also true. That cow is bigger than my calves. Well done. Well done. Well done. Well done. All right. Decaf. All right. Relax. Relax, everybody. Relax with the calf jokes. That was funny, though. All right. John says the Gnostics even predicted the rise of AI 2,000 years before we are now. Interesting. Interesting. I don't know anything about that, but I'll take your word for it. Go easy on the UPS driver. Probably working a 13-hour day. Studio looks great. Congratulations on the new digs. Oh, yeah. No, I'm not. I wasn't upset. I was just, again, hoping that we'd have it ready by the time of the studio because it said it would be ready at 2, and it didn't show up till, 7? But it's here. It's here. So it's okay. Thank you, brother. Can the aliens get us all the unredacted files? If not, I don't care. That is a fucking good comment. Yeah, I agree. Hey, aliens, if you can't release the files, piss the F off. We're not interested. We got too much shit going on. You come back in 2028 or something like that. I said this the other day. I was like, guys, we can't do aliens in 2026. We are already way overstimulated, right? As a society, as people, we can't do it, guys. We can't do it. Says MAGA equals grinder. Yeah, pretty much at this point. Okay. You guys are funny. All right. Scooch says, why do you think Shing Christians is no big deal to the people of the world? Nobody in the mainstream covers it at all. Oh, Xing getting rid of Christians. That's actually true. That's been true forever, right? Look at the Bolsheviks. Nobody talks about that. Or Armenia. Nobody talks about that. Isn't that interesting? Our civilization has been erased from the face of the planet several times, but not anymore. We didn't evolve at this level. Yeah, I think that's kind of fair. Now, don't get me wrong. When we look at modern technology, do I think that it's realistic that maybe we had some outside help? Yeah, I think there's probably some truth to that or potential truth to that. But again, these are all things I believed before Donald Trump told me aliens were real. You can call that TDS if you want, but I know that guy lies about fucking everything else. So if he tells me aliens are real, that's the one guy that I would immediately say, shit, that's fake. They're fake. What a letdown. Because that's aliens are fun, right? Like, don't ruin that for us. They ruined aliens, right? Part of it pisses me off because they ruined aliens. Now aliens are a joke. Nobody cares. I mean, oh yeah, MAGA aliens. Here we go. Trump Jesus is coming, right? They ruined aliens. It's kind of pisses me off a little bit when we think of it that way. Yeah, we got that one already. They made tinfoil hats seem stupid and for schizos, but it seems as though we may need them. Yeah. Is that you and your cat in the background? Yeah, Munchkin was here earlier. She was here earlier. My daughter came and grabbed her. My daughter's not having a good day. Her first boyfriend, she's in middle school. Her first boyfriend that she's ever had broke up with her today, and he already has a new girlfriend same day. So she's pretty sad today. So we let her take Munchkin. That's her little baby. So sad stuff. You guys remember what that was like in middle school, right? Yeah, sad stuff, right? But that's all right. We well, I mean, they're middle school kids, man, but we gave her a big hug and told her to remember that dad still loves her. So she's got that going for her. That's a lot more than a lot of daughters have. But anyway, kind of sad. Anyway, but she'll hang in there. She'll be all right. She's a tough girl. She does combatives and martial arts. She's a little tough ass. She'll be fine. Okay, let's say we are caught between the falling angel and the rising ape. We make up morality. We can fight them by becoming them, or we can passively resist. Paying it forward works. We are spirits living in the material world. Yeah. I kind of like that. Again, I've always been somebody that's been more in the realm of what are UAPs and phenomena. I'm more one that leans into the interdimensional than the extraterrestrial. But again, it all just seems real fake and gay now. Dee Dee says, I'm at the point that unless an alien has a probe up my ass, that's bullshit. That's a great point. Yeah. If that'll be a moment where that all of us will go, wow, this isn't so funny anymore. Maybe Donald Trump was right. But as Tim Dillon said, even as you're getting that probe up your ass, you're probably going to be looking around going, I don't know, this still feels pretty fucking fake to me. Still feels pretty fake. This feels real. What's inside me feels real, but this whole thing around me feels a little fake. You know what I mean? Anyway, all right, we're spiraling. Let's keep moving. Let's stay on task, huh? UFO, UAP, until/if one lands in the DC mall, it's distractions. This is kind of a more PC version of the last comment, by the way. Distractions, nothing the government uniparty does by accident. I agree with you 100%. 100% agree with you on that one. We can only hope things more like Project Hail Mary than they are like War of the Worlds, but we probably deserve the latter from what I've seen. Yeah, we'll have to see. Call him Brahim if you've played Fallout. I haven't played Fallout, but I do like the show. The show's really good. I've been watching the show. The TV show Fallout is very, very good. Haven't played the games, though. I've always felt that cats are mankind's protectors. Yeah. Well, they were in China and ancient Egypt in a lot of cases. I love cats. I mean, obviously, I love cats. I mean, covered my entire leg sleeve is all cats. Cats everywhere. And dogs. I got dogs, too. But you guys know I'm obviously a big fan of cats. Did Tim Henson make that alien? Yeah, the old trash footage of it. God created the heavens and the earth, but he needs a spaceship to come see you. That's a good one, too. Great point, Mayberry. When they try to tell you Jesus is an alien, that's a good point. Only a committed Kofefi drinker would believe this. Well, we know they do. We just looked at some of their Twitter posts. Tim Hempson equal Jim Hempson's gay cousin. All right, AJ, come on. Bobby says, my brother, they have been breaking down our morality since they gave us cable TV. They call that stuff on TV a program. I've never thought about that before, Bobby, by the way, for a reason. That it's programming, right? They call it programming. I didn't even think about the context of that, but yeah, that's what they've used it as for a long time. Thanks, brother. Appreciate it. Great comment. Yasmin said, change my mind. Stakira is a better name. I don't know. I think it's a boy. I don't know what it is. All right. We could look. It looks like Angus won. Angus won. Let's try it. We did have one that a lot of people liked that it didn't come up. So we're going to do a runoff between Angus and Wangu. You know, the Wang Gang part of the chat. Anyway, all right, run off between Wangus, or not Wangus, Angus and Wangu. Not Wagyu, Wangu. All right, run off. Let's see what we think. Okay, Nate, do you know when Jesus is coming back? Do you think it's in the Epstein files? You know how I know it's not in the Epstein files? Because the people in the Epstein files, well, they don't believe in Christ. So no, I don't know, and I don't think it's in the files. MD says the UAP rubbish is just a distraction from Iran and the Big E files. I'm with you on board, brother. I'm with you on board. I'm on board. It's all a big distraction myself too. Hardway says, behind the ostensible government sits enthroned an invisible government, owing no allegiance and acknowledging no responsibility to the people. Yeah, whether that be a one world government, I don't know about a one world government, but I do think the elite apparatus, we saw this in the Epstein files, all the billionaires and the Bureau of Big Power players are operating at a level higher than just individual governments in a lot of ways. So, Angus Young, Angus Wangus, America first. Wangus. Oh boy, we have some adaptations. There's some adaptations. You guys are funny. All right, we'll figure it out. We'll keep working on it. How much is a Highland cow and a Munchkin cat? You'll be surprised to find out a Munchkin cat is about twice as expensive as a Highland cow. I know because I have a Munchkin cat and they are insanely expensive. And Highland cows are like $1,500 to $2,000. You can buy one. And I know because I looked at Wangus is good. I don't know. We'll have a runoff again. I do like Wangus. Wangus is like a good adaptation. Dr. Wangus Young. Wangus is pretty good. I like Wangus. It's like that mix between the two. All right, let's do one more. What's one more poll? All right, we're narrowing it down. We're narrowing it down. We're gonna go the two ones we got Wangus mix in. All right, so you got Wangu, Angus, and Wangus. Those are our three. What did JD send me? JD's always got good shit. Whenever he sends me something, I know it's going to be good. Yeah, it's good. He says, Ben Shapiro just endorsed Byron Donalds for governor, calling him a great ally of Israel and a great friend of Bibi Netanyahu. Yes, the governor candidate for Florida. Because that's exactly what we should be focused on. For governor candidates is how much they support our greatest ally. Yeah, thanks, Ben. All right. Buffalo Jesus says, cow names, Stakira, Mulan, Beefcake, Beyonce, Sir Angus, McBeefy, Studios, Awesome, Wang Gang merch, and Mattress, Maxer Complete, Tactical Care Bear, Goy Slot merch in the works. Yeah, I do need to get some Goy Slot merch. We've been talking about doing that. I haven't got to it yet. But appreciate it, brother. Yeah, those are all pretty good too. Wang Gang would be funny too, but I don't want to rip off Nick Fuente's Wang F, right? We have a completely different story to Wang. Ours is Dr. Wang, but yeah, we don't want to get too close to that. Ura says, if damn aliens are real, what's stopping them militarily orbital bombarding us with impunity after traversing the stars as far beyond current tech? Nothing. They're just super nice aliens, guys. They're super nice aliens. Whoa. Oh, hold on. I only have one of my chargers to my lights. So I've been going back and forth on them. Hold on. Again, this is the... Not everything's perfect, everybody. Not everything's perfect. We're working with it. This was getting the studio ready minutes before going live. Couldn't find my other charger. All right. What do we think? What are we at? Wangus. Wangus is crushing everything. All right. I think that's going to do it. Officially, we've got Wangus as the newest addition to the studio alongside Sirloin. Professor Wangus. I do like Professor Wangus. Dr. Wangus. Professor Wangus. All right, Wangus gang unite. Yeah, all right. So Wangus is going to take it. Good job, guys. Good job. You guys really worked that one out together. A lot of different ideas that moved us towards the best name. Yeah, hell yeah. We did it. All right. Bruce Wangus. That's funny too. All right. I have observed something with a non-human origin. Is this the first time she has seen Trump? Name him Hugh Heifer. That's pretty funny too. Before anybody says anything, I know Heifer is a female, but it could transition. I mean, I think we'll do, so Sirloin's a girl, and then we could do Wangus will probably be a boy. Yeah, he's got to be a boy if he's going to be named Wangus. But Sirloin's a girl, Wangus is a boy. So there we go. All right. Congress has the power to visit any military base, prison, or ICE detention center, but they can't visit Area 51, which Clinton exposed in the 90s. Yeah. Thank you, brother. Mac McGrath says David Gorsh is an asset. Yeah. Once an intelligence officer, always an intelligence officer. Hopefully they're an aliens coming to save us from our government. Yeah, I don't have a whole lot of hope because it's our government saying they're real. Yeah. Is this how the FEMA guy got teleported to Waffle House? I don't know about that one, but if there's somebody that said they got teleported to a Waffle House from FEMA, then maybe it was. Wayne says, honestly, I don't really care about aliens. Fuck them and the ship they flew in on. I like this guy. Doesn't really change anything in terms of average Joe, like affordability and healthcare. You know what, Wayne? I like you. That's a good comment. And to be honest, I'm with you on it, dude. Yeah, fuck them in the ship they flew in on. I'm all for it, brother. If they're not America first aliens, get them the fuck out of here. How about that, huh? All right. Michael says, bro, are they for real? LMFAO, typical MAGA. Nothing to see here. Iran, the economy, and all other broken promises. But look, aliens exist in some BS 1960s grainy ass films and newspaper articles. Yes, 100%. Everything you just said is exactly what we got today from the government. So thank you so much. Burchett says, what are we spending millions of dollars for if they aren't real? Well, Tim, we spend billions and billions and billions of dollars on wars from narratives that aren't real. So why not aliens too? Yep. Great comment, bro. Nailed it. Nailed that one. Highland cow name Wagyu. Yes, we are right. So you helped us work towards it. Wagyu is what we ended up with. At least the cow camera angle, the new soda. Elsie, maybe I like. Thank you, I appreciate you. Nate says all this to stop a nuke that didn't exist and open a strait that wasn't closed. And guess what, everybody? The strait is still closed. We got aliens before we got an open Strait of Hormuz. This is what you voted for, right? This is what everybody voted for. Not that you all voted for Trump. I'm just saying. Is this what we voted for? A closed Strait of Hormuz, $6 a gallon of gas, and aliens. Was that on your bingo board? Fake aliens. Yeah. Airwolf says, your thoughts. Should Supreme and federal court justices be voted on by the public and they in Congress have term limits? Not a fan of lifetime appointments by one person. Yeah, I think that's a much better choice. Much better choice. We vote on our sheriffs. We vote on our politicians. Why would we let a sitting president put in a Supreme Court justice who is going to be there 30 years after he's dead? Doesn't make a whole lot of sense. I 100% agree that we should probably vote on our Supreme Court justices. Yes. Yeah, I agree with you. I don't know how you guys feel. You guys want to do a poll on that? I have no idea how you guys are going to poll on that. That was just, I've actually never heard anybody really bring that up before. So that's just my personal Supreme Court justices voted on by us. Yes or no? Or do you like the current system? Let me know what you guys think. That's just my personal feelings, just thinking off the top of my head. I don't think I would change my opinion if I thought deeper on that either. I think that's pretty open and shut for me. Good question, though. I like that one. Hardway says the reason Trump never owned a dog is because he lies so much he would have to hire someone to call to him. Yeah. Again, never trust anybody that doesn't like dogs. That's what I say. Ever heard of Dan Burrish? It's a lot, but he says aliens are us from the future, thousands of years in the future. They able to time travel. I mean, maybe, man. I don't know. I don't pretend to know everything when it comes to this stuff. Trump is Homelander. Yes. If you guys didn't know, do you guys watch The Boys? If you guys didn't know, I don't think MAGA realized it until like season 4, but that entire show is a parody of Donald Trump and the Trump administration. The producer and the writer has said so himself. The funny thing about the newest season about The Boys is that the producer of the show, the writer of the show, came out and said that he's actually really frustrated because he can't think of anything more satirical to have Homelander do than what Donald Trump does for real. That's how fucked it is that he can't even imagine crazier shit to have Homelander do than Donald Trump is actually doing. So that's rough. It's rough out here for us, everybody. When writers literally can't get something more satirical than fucking real life, oof, it's rough. It's rough. But yes, Trump is supposed to be Homelander is supposed to be a satirical version of Trump. At least that's what the creator said. Travesty says, new studio, Nate finally gained 2 respectable calves. No, I didn't. maybe I got a better angle on him. Love your channel, bro. Always here for the live streams. Good shit. Learned a lot. It might have just been the angle. They haven't grown at all, unfortunately. Trump is a golden statue blessed today. Yeah, we took a look at that earlier. It's embarrassing. Bobby said, you send in Space Marines, will wind up. Bobby, did you make this joke? I bet you made this joke before I made the joke. I didn't actually see it. But to my point, I told you, what did I tell you guys? I said, if aliens are real, the first person to F one would be a Marine. And like Bobby just said here, we all know it's true. We all know it's true. You'd have to, right? If you're a Marine. I hope they don't release a zombie file. Yeah, let's not have that. God's Country says, are the aliens going to have dolphins with laser beams on their heads? I didn't even think about that. We just had that story Tuesday, right? In the land of fake and gay government slop, we were told that Iran had suicide dolphins on Tuesday, and now Friday, it's alien files. So, yes, we got a lot going on for us, huh? It's going well. It's going well. Remember Satan's greatest lie. He doesn't exist. True. Frank says, so Scientology is real after, so what does that make Tom Cruise? I don't know, man. I don't know. Maybe it is. Have you guys seen what Gen Z is doing? Have you seen the new thing that they like to do at Scientology buildings? So Gen Z has now started this thing where they raid. They'll rush in the door with 10 people, and they'll just run through the buildings with their cameras out and just try to film as much shit as they can before they get caught. And they keep doing that to to Scientology places. They'll just sprint in and run down the stairs and try to film everything before they get caught and arrested. Adam, you were a Scientologist? What? That I would not have guessed, bro. That I would not have guessed. I got to have my wife bring me a tissue, man. My allergy is super nice out today, but the allergies are coming. One sec. Sorry. The studio is not part of the house. It's not part of the house. It's in a separate building. So I can't just yell at her anymore. I can't yell at her anymore. That's crazy, dude. Adam was a Scientologist? What? That's crazy, dude. Mostly after the Navy when I lived in. Oh, okay. If you were in LA, that kind of makes sense. I think I feel like Scientology is kind of cool and hip in LA, right? So that kind of makes sense, actually. All right, what do we got here? Pastor Larry Ragland warns aliens are fallen angels here to probe us. Bro, relax. The only probing is from cultists and the E-files. Why does it always got to be stuff up your butt, right? With the aliens? Come on, man. But it kind of makes sense. I'm going to be honest. We all know what's the thing the aliens, the go-to for aliens is probing you anally. And of course, what demographic is all in on the alien files? MAGA. You know, Lindsey Graham and Benny Johnson are fucking out there begging for aliens to show up, right? Just please. Lindsey Graham's send them all to my place, man. Send them all to my place. Lindsey Graham loves it, dude. This is Lindsey's having a great couple months, right? We got our greatest ally bombing the shit out of everybody. We got a war with Iran. We got aliens coming to probe his ass. Lindsey Graham is sadly on a generational run right now. Lindsey Graham is on a generational run. You got to give him credit. You got to give the guy credit. He's getting everything he wants right now. Getting everything he wants. MAGA is a cult and Trump's the leader. So yes. Yeah, I agree with that. Bobby says aliens show up. Oh, Jesus, dude. Bobby's been one, and I promise, Bobby, I swear, I'm not trying to steal your jokes. You've been literally one step ahead of me the whole way. Oh, Bobby's been one step ahead of my jokes the entire way. There you go. Yeah, Grant will be the first one in line. Well done, homie. You've we're on the same wavelength tonight with our jokes, huh? AJ says, if you aren't with Christ, you are anti-Christ by default. Well, I guess technically vernacular wise, right? But that doesn't make you the antichrist. But I guess if you I don't know if it makes you anti. I guess it does in a way. We'd have to get in the vernacular on that one. Jesus warns, beware of the great illusions. Yeah, well, I think that's what we're looking at, huh? At least that's what it looks like to me. JP says, didn't Erica Kirk say in her all-black outfit, the devil was only a troll we find in heaven? She seems to be missing the dynamics of religion. I didn't see her say that, but I'll be honest with you guys. I couldn't watch the entire Erica Kirk thing. I just, her all-black suit, I just took the viral clips and did it. I can't, I'll be honest, guys. I cannot sit down and watch 15 minutes of TPUSA podcasting. I can't do it. Like Ben Shapiro, TPUSA, I can't sit there and not even to like rage, like people come in here to rage watch. I can't do it, guys. I'm stout. I get the viral clips to do content with, but I ain't sitting there watching 20 minutes of Erica Kirk. That ain't happening, homies. I got better things to do with my life, unfortunately. All right. Where's say here? It's not UFO abductions and probes, but trafficking in Aquino hot dog Satanists who do military psyops are funded NASA, which is also psyop slop. Okay. Well, kind of feeling like that way right now, huh? Rick says, let's name the new Highland Glasgow or Scotty after their homeland of Scotland. Love you, brother. Well, pretty good ones too. But again, we came to the agreement together on Wangu. Right? No, Wangis is what we went with. Rob says MAGA is a cult, so what Daddy Trump says will be their truth. Look up traits of a cult, 100% MAGA. Yeah, we talked about that earlier. We did a poll. What was the results on that poll? Thank you. What was the results on that poll where we asked if, did we do a poll on that? I was talking to JD about this earlier that, what do you guys think? I think we might have done a poll on it. If they were to come out and say, religion's fake, Christ is not real, Donald Trump is alien crypto Jesus, and he's here to save us all. He is the Messiah. The Bible's fake. How likely do you think MAGA would buy into that? I think the vast majority of them would then be posting about how we have to believe it and it's true. 90% of them. There might be a couple that finally went, okay, we're out. But I think 90+% would be like, yep, I'm fine with that. Real quick, let me gotta blow my nose real quick, guys. Sorry. You guys think I think 90% of them would be like, yeah, I'm good with that. I'm fine with that. I'm in it. And we're talking about evangelicals, right? I'm out. Yep, Trump's my daddy. He's my God now. I'm fine with that. Look at that. Sean Hannity was Catholic and denounced his Catholic faith because the Pope would not endorse the war. He renounced his Catholic faith over that. Think about that. That's how fucking crazy these people are, right? So, all right. Joe says, I think Donald J. Trump is under demonic influence of... I wasn't expecting that. Of cheeseburgers as he worships at the altar of Mickey D's, which is sinister. Just saying. Yeah. That's funny, Joe. Thank you. Joe says, aliens. Are we still talking about aliens? Can you imagine how pissed the MAGA influencers are at Trump for firing Bondi and not getting their Alien Files Phase 1 binders? Yes, they didn't do the binders, guys. Where was the alien binders? Great point, Joe. Where was the alien binders this time? Where was, what's that dipshit's name? I don't even know their names. Was it Allie Buckley? Is that her name? Was she one of them? There's a couple of the alien-eyed looking blonde MAGA girls. I forget which one's which. And then Drain Dude's Nuts. What's his name? drains the nuts. I forget his full name. He's something about draining nuts in his, which is weird, but for a username. What's his name? Nut drainer nuts, something about that. He was one of the guys holding the binder. I forget his name. I had something about draining balls or something like that in his username. Anyway, I'm sure you guys know who I'm talking about. Allie Stuckley, is that her name? And DC Drainer Nuts or something like that. I forget his name. No, Big Balls was part of Elon. Hold on. This is who I'm talking about. Epstein binders. Epstein binders. Yeah, this guy. Oh no, come on. When did that pull up? I need the picture. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Oh, no, that's the aliens. Let's pull this one up. Yeah. What's her name? Allie Buckley or Stuckley or something, and then Drainer Nuts or whatever his name. DC, like drains DC's nuts or something. Anyway. Oh, Liz Wheeler. That's right. Sorry, honestly. And Nut Drainer or whatever his name is. Anyway, sorry. You guys might know who that is. I forget their names, but yes, we didn't get any we didn't get any Epstein binders, unfortunately, this time. So unfortunate, huh? They realized that didn't pan out so well last time. Bottom line, Trump is a pimp in the pulpit. Bullshitter first class. That's the truth. Con artist extreme. Duchess says, I wouldn't be surprised if the Vatican has bigger alien files than Trump does. Oh, for sure. Too bad Trump and Pope Leo aren't friends. Yeah, I bet the Vatican has way more shit than America does when it comes to that. In the basement, for sure. Why not a rock polisher found at the LDS? Really? A rock polisher? Yeah, probably. Why not? Fuck it. I don't know anything about that, though. He's a con artist and a criminal. He's always been his entire life. He's done whatever benefits him. Deceiving people is a process whenever necessary. 100%. 100% agree with you on that one. Thank you, brother. Carl says, hey, man, or hey, what's going, man? What's going on, man? I've subscribed and watching you for a while now. Just wanted to say you're the man, brother, and thank you for your service. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate you. That's very kind words of you. Thank you. Thank you. Hawaii 2023, Lahaina fire, blue beams, and aliens. Maybe. Or the government just wanted to burn those down so they could come in and the elites could buy up all the land like Oprah and The Rock. Maybe. I don't know. But I have a feeling it was probably something closer to that. We did that one. Timmy says, Donnie's compromised in both ways. Yes, he's a creepy pedo. Oh, this was when we were asking if he was the poll we did. But you don't get there without selling your soul. He's an evil SOB who's controlled by ritualistic fanatics. Doesn't really matter. Jesus already won. Yeah, that's kind of a good point. I mean, is he evil? Is he a creepy pedo? To your point, you guys all wanted both, and I think both is probably the right answer there, right? Like, you can't really be one without the other. Well, you can be one without the other. That's actually not true. You can be an evil piece of shit and not be a pedo, but you can't be a pedo and not be an evil piece of shit. So I agree with you on that. We're all prisoners in the prism of perception. True. Reality is pretty much fake at this point. Not actual reality, but the reality that's being sculpted for us by the government, which we're kind of seeing that now. Blue Eyed says, Frank James, 1955, Esau was Abraham's grandson. Jacob Israel, Esau Muslims, read your Bible. Boom, there you go. Thank you. Wagyu, yeah, we got close. We went with Wangus, Renee. But yes, thank you guys. That was a good one too. We came to I think we got a good mix of both. What about naming the cow the red heifer? No, you know why? Because they already have enough reasons to try to come fucking kill me. I don't need them trying to sacrifice Wangus either. Okay, so no, we don't want to give them any incentive to show up to my house. They already have enough. They already sent me fucking death threats, by the way. So let's not give them any more. Let's not give them any more reason than they need. Oh, great! Now, if the aliens come to save us, we won't believe they're real, and we'll wave them off. Thanks to Trump. That's true too. If I saw like some 8-foot Nordic alien rolling up to my house, I'd probably be like, nah, dog. Nah, dude, get this fake ass out of here. And then I'd probably get cooked. So Haley, alien lives matter. All right. Perfect name for gal, Ghislaine. JP says, to this day, I'm convinced MAGA and Trump were a Russian psyop and they were winning because Trump is bought in on it. A lot of people kind of think this now. Well, they thought this before. I don't know about Trump being Russian asset. I will say he's pretty pro-Russia. if you look at it, he literally lifted all of Russia's sanctions for really no reason. Now, you guys know, like for me, I'm not a supporter of either side of the war. I just want the war to end. But I am saying, like, if you actually look at what Trump's done for Russia, he's actually massively enriched Russia, removed all their sanctions, made them billions and billions of dollars in oil profits now. So regardless of how you feel about Russia or not, it does actually, it kind of looks like he's pretty pro-Russia based off of his actual policies. Because he went in there and just literally lifted all the sanctions on Russia for no reason. When he lifted them on Iran, never really explained why, just did it together. So there's that. But anyway, Project Bluebeam. Yeah, Eloy, we talked about that a lot on the show tonight. Thank you. Nick, big $50 donation. Thank you, Jeffrey Holstein. Oh, yeah, that's a good one, too. Thank you, brother. Appreciate the big donation. It's very, very generous of you. That's funny. Heather says, super sticker? Oh, wait, is this a super sticker? Oh, okay, it is a super sticker. Thank you, Heather. And it's a great-looking Rottweiler you got. Old Blockhead. I tried to get mine to come in. She hasn't been in here yet, so she's still a little afraid of coming in here. Our Rottweiler is so skittish. We have like the most stressed out, skittish Rottweiler you guys will ever see. She's a stress. We call her the stress bear. So instead of Wagyu, do we call him Dr. Wangu? Dr. Wangus. Dr. Wangus, Katie, I think is pretty good. I like Dr. Wangus. Dunghole says they're trying to flood the zone to keep people in apathetic, exhausted with every new headline. Also enjoy the content, man. Congrats on 500K. Yeah, when we talked about are they actually doing this on purpose? Yeah, I kind of like this idea. The flood the zone, I think, is very, very accurate of why they do what they do and keep people, to your point, just completely apathetic to the news. I mean, we sat here and just laughed our asses off at how stupid the United States government releasing the alien files and saying, here, aliens are real, American public. And we sat here and laughed our ass off about how stupid it was. So to your point, this is why that happens. Kind of backfires on them a little bit in some regards. More tinfoil, more cowboy, more Goyslav. Yep. It's me says, so what are you saying? So what you are saying is Donald saw that the illegal aliens thing wasn't working and now it's real aliens. Yeah, he's not going to deport them either, by the way. Kobe as in Kobe beef or Sir Chop. Those are pretty good ones. Islam denies the Abrahamic God. Do actual research. No. Google, dude. Just type into Google or ChatGPT, is Islam an Abrahamic religion? Just type is Islam an Abrahamic religion into ChatGPT. Help yourself out, man. It'll walk you through it, okay? That's your anyway. Something that simple, dude. You can Google. Come on. We can do better than that. All right. Let's keep moving here. The government wants people to keep them distracted. 100%. We just talked about that. Booga says, are we sure JD uses a on those 40 guys, or did he use the mic? Oh, YouTube censoring words is wild. I hope he didn't use this mic to assault those two sex offenders, because I've had it close to my mouth this entire time. I don't think JD would do me like that. He probably would rub his balls on it though. That I can see him doing. But yeah, I don't think he would do someone else's balls. Right? JD's a homie, right? He'll fuck with me and rub his own balls on the mic, but I don't think he would rub somebody else's balls on the mic because he's my buddy, right? We're friends. That's a little too much. Okay. All right. The aliens have agreed to not invade us as long as Trump gets his ballroom. Oh, I would not be shocked to see some fucking slop like this, right? Bobby says, I'm standing next to you, Nate, because you will be the first one to cut fence and sort stuff out. Yeah, true. Thank you, Bobby. Appreciate you, brother. Keith says they realized long ago that the LSD and beatings, MK Ultra, is insufficient. True. They tried that. This is all real, by the way. Fear, rage bait, gaslighting, manufactured crisis, AI, media control. Now we're here. Yeah, I do think it's all methods of propaganda and control. To your point, however they're doing it, it can't not be right. Like the slop that we're just ingesting every day now, right? It's so fake. It's so dumb, and they just keep shoving it down our throats. Yep. Trying to get us to just capitulate and just be like, fuck it, dude, I'm out. I'm not even going to watch this stuff anymore. And then when nobody cares, they can do whatever they want. If they ever get you, blink 3 times. Well, you'll know. You'll know if they ever get me. 1, my channel will be gone. Or 2, I will start talking about how much I love Israel and I can't wait to take my trip there. And then I'm going to agree with everything TPUSA and everything Erica Kirk says. And I'm going to say that the Epstein files are a hoax. And I'm going to say Tyler Robinson was a lone gunman that took out Charlie Kirk. There's no other possibilities to be that. Aliens are real. But they're interdimensional, and also the government knows they're real. Let's see, what else would I say? What else would I say if they got me? What are some other ones I missed? Kash Patel is the greatest FBI director in history. Donald Trump is my daddy. Yeah, this for sure. Yeah, so there you go. That'll be, if you hear me start saying those things, then they got me. They got me. Until then, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. Just you and me stuck in the middle of this insane world together as we are here. Hope the alien would be like them 3-foot-tall aliens from Total Recall. Oh, 3-tit. Oh, jeez. Come on, bro. God, dude. That's probably a Marine. Joshua says, we definitely are in the beginning of the last days. Wars, plagues, confusion, and mass. It is sketchy. Oh, I didn't even think about this. We got another pandemic. That's how fast everything moves. That was what, 2 days ago, 1 day ago, yesterday. That news broke. It's so much, dude. It's so much. I can't do it. I can't do another. And I don't want to talk about it because I fucking already got smacked for that yesterday for talking about the P word. Not allowed to talk about that, which is very, very, very sketchy to me. Very sketchy. I'm hoping that they saw the reaction to the new H virus that they're talking about, and everybody went, nope, fuck off. We're not doing it. We're not doing it. That they're going to be like, all right, that's not going to work. We're not. Hey, that was. I feel what I'm hoping is that was like a stress test. They were like, hey, let's test the media and see if this will work again. And when they saw everybody go, nah, dog, we're not doing 2.0 on this. Hopefully they're like, okay, this isn't going to work. Let's roll out the aliens instead. They're not going to buy COVID 2.0. So let's roll out the aliens instead. Maybe that'll work. You know what I mean? So, and it's not appearing. It's not appearing to probably have been going as they were hoped with the alien files. Other than Fox News, right? Fox News and MAGA is eating it up, but everybody else is laughing at how silly it is. All right, Frank says the new ballroom will now need another $1 billion to make it alien-proof. Great point. Great time. If there's an alien invasion coming, great time to have an underground bunker under a ballroom. Very true. The UFO files released today were about as big of a nothing burger as the Binder Bro Epstein files released when Pam Bondi did her Fox News photo op. Yep. Big womp, womp, womp. BJ says, great show tonight and digging the new studio. Thank you, BJ. I appreciate you, brother. Thank you. I'm pretty happy with how it turned out so far. Savera says, currently Fuentes and Gage are accusing Dan of trying to get info to take out Shapiro. Dan. Accusing Dan. Fuentes and Gage are accusing Dan. What do we mean? Who are we talking about by Dan here? Which Dan? To take out Shapiro? What more info can we get on the guy? Jeez. Shapiro's cooked, dude. Shapiro's cooked. The Daily Wire's dead. Ben Shapiro's views are down 90%. 90%. That's not my opinion. That's the metrics. Oh, Dan Blazarian. I mean, Shapiro lost the Shapiro lost the war on ideas, man. The Daily Wire lost the war on ideas. Nobody needs to take him out. They're done. They're cooked, right? So we're well past the point of Ben Shapiro ever being relevant again. He's just gonna continue to crater into oblivion until eventually they're not going to fund the Daily Wire. And keep in mind, the Daily Wire has investments, right? And we all know who those investments are from. So as they're still continuing to pump money into it to keep that Hasbro mouthpiece going, eventually they're going to say, hey, the juice ain't worth the squeeze. We can't keep funding money into this because you have no real views, and they'll cut it off, right? So same thing with TPUSA, right? TPUSA can't survive without donations. And eventually when they realize Charlie Kirk's YouTube channel is getting 4,000 views a video and there's only, 50 people showing up to an event with JD Vance and Erica Kirk, they're going to go, yeah, hey, we're going to cut the money off on this too. So it's only a matter of time, right? Eventually they'll say this isn't worth the investment, and all their actual viewers are gone. So, I don't think they need Dan Blazarian to take him out. I think he's already cooked. King says they're okay with telling us that aliens are real, but won't show us if there's any gold left in Fort Knox. Face orange, raised eyebrow. Yep, true. Although they won't actually show us. They're real, and we have them, and we have the bodies, and we have the aircraft, but we're going to show you a bunch of 1940 to 1960 news articles as proof. Whoa. Yeah, how about you have Donald Trump's happy ass roll into Area 51 and be like, here's the fucking 12-foot tall Nordic aliens. Here they are. I mean, I still wouldn't believe that anyway. I would call bullshit still if I saw that, but at least try. Do something. Like, put some effort in, please, government. If you're going to lie to us, at least, like, that's the other thing, dude. The other thing that kind of bothers me, guys, about this is it's like they're so bad at it. They're so lazy with the slop. Like, just come on. Make the slop good, right? It's like somewhat enjoyable. But it's just like the White House Correspondents' Dinner, for example, right? The second we saw that, we're like, okay. And then they actually put out the security footage, and you literally see like a security guard talking to the fucking guy in a room with a dog, and then he just runs in, and you're like, oh, okay, the entire thing's just fucking dumb and fake, right? They don't even try anymore, right? It's just so lazy. I guess maybe they don't need to. I guess maybe there is just enough of the society that just believes that slop when they see it, and there's not as many of us who see that and are like, oh, this is the dumbest thing I've ever seen in my life. Maybe they don't need to work that hard. Maybe that's the way it is. Joe says Sweden digital ID plants were they made by IKEA? Not worried so much. Hey, I'm Swedish, by the way. So no, my family's from Sweden. So come on, dude. Also, what is God, dude? That country's Sweden's pretty cooked right now too, man. Not great. We're pretty far away from our Viking heritage there for sure. Call sign man payer pig says, I think the ballroom is the third temple. Interesting. I've heard a few people talk about this. An architectural firm by the name of Shalom Baranis Associates took over December 2025. Wouldn't you know? Interesting that they don't need to build it there. They're going to build it here, huh? I've seen some talk about that with the ballroom and also in Argentina. So different conversation for a different day, but I do think that's interesting. Katie says, the one thing I can say with certainty is that the intelligent life on Earth is not our government. Also, what about the Dow? I think the stock market's doing pretty good, which makes no sense because the economy's in the toilet. Nobody can afford anything. The United States basically is bankrupt. So the stock market makes no sense. I pulled almost all my money out other than in my Roth like 3-4 months ago. Now, I'm not giving you financial advice. Don't do this because I said it. But yeah, I'm not. Nah, dude. This stock market is the most fucking artificially propped up bullshit I've ever seen in my life. There's no way it's not going to tank. Eventually, they can keep it artificially propped up for a while with all the AI companies trading money back and forth. But eventually, the economy is gonna cook the market eventually. Once we start getting like bad earnings that are going to follow usually the global economy has about a 6-month lag on the actual stock market, right? When we actually start seeing earnings and companies actually showing like, oh shit, the fact that diesel is $7 a gallon, turns out now we're not making any money. That's probably about 4 months away now. And so we'll probably see the market tank into oblivion, a couple months from now. But again, I don't know. Who knows? That's all fake too. The stock market's just insider trading and gambling now. Yeah, so am I, AJ. It's not worth it to me. And watching Trump's buddies just use this like every Friday to Monday, manipulating the market. I don't know. I don't have any patience for that personally. Scientists disappear because they affirm God. Apparently. Interesting, huh? King says, I don't think that the missing scientists are actually dead. There's a chance they were contracted to work in a secret operation like Manhattan Project to work on a new weapon. Interesting. Ooh, I like this tinfoil. I think they're, who knows, but I think you got a potentially an interesting avenue. We've seen it happen before in the past, like you said, historically. Interesting. Your intro is a banger, but if you listen to it at 1.5 speed, it takes it to another level. Workout playlist worthy. Thank you, brother. Thank you. Cadmus, it's serious. Ted Cruz only gets 1.5 from AIPAC. There you go. Think about that. Thomas Massey's opponent has gotten, 8 times more money from AIPAC than Ted Cruz. Wow. They really don't want Thomas Massey in there, huh? Wars Rack says 100% if aliens real, a Marine will get drunk and brag about taking the aliens V card. Yep. A little behind, but Marine approved. Fact, we are born hard and silly. There you go. I told you all the Marines would immediately say, nah, he's right. He's right. AJ says elections are rigged because the machines are fabricated in Venezuela. That's why Trump kidnapped Maduro, trying to figure out how to rig without evidence. Yeah, here's the thing, AJ. I've seen, how much truth is there to this? We have all our, the Dominion voting machines. They're all actually made in Venezuela. Are they? It's a tough one for me. It's a tough one for me to believe that Venezuela is provided all of our voting machines. I've never personally gone into that one, but I haven't looked into it enough to actually debunk it. But I don't know. That one always smelled bad to me when I heard it. The Venezuela voting machines. Again, I could be wrong. For sure, but that one always felt like slop to me as well. Kenneth says major censor going on. Don't like using innuendos, but check the paid content chat. I joined yesterday and updated y'all from what I'm seeing, but I can include a lot more after 3 days off. Yeah, no, I saw your stuff, brother. I thought I responded to it already. I meant to write you back on. Oh no, I meant to write you back on Instagram. I accepted it and I forgot to. I might have forgotten to write you back, but I did see it and I did mean to get in contact with you, homie. So I'll be in touch. Appreciate you, brother. John says MAGA aliens. Well, at least now it's pretty apparent why the aliens have always been so fixated on probing their abductees. That's a good MAGA likes it up the joke. Like that. All right. Eric says build the space wall, make aliens pay for it. Oh, maybe that's what the Golden Dome is. The Golden Dome, right? We got to build the Golden Dome to keep the aliens out. Hell yeah. Logger says the aliens will be forgotten about a month from now. The next distraction will be invading Mars. For WMDs. God, that might be. Don't be shocked if 30 years from now, when we're like doing interplanetary travel to Mars, that we've got to start. We find Martians and they have WMDs and we have to invade. I would not be shocked. I wouldn't be shocked. Hardway says Constitution is a delusion. Excuse me. Oh, what are we at? We're almost at 4 hours. Start getting the voice racked. Okay. Constitution is delusion and a snare. If the weakest and humblest man in the land cannot be defended in his right to speak, this is true, and his right to think as much as the strongest in the land. Sidaro, yes, that's a great comment on how important the First Amendment is as well. Right? If I'm not allowed to complain about a foreign government, I don't think the Constitution really even exists. Just saying. At least the First Amendment doesn't really exist. I say let begin and get together or get like Anne Frank. Sup, JD Delay. I don't know if JD's still here, but thank you. Chuck says, I'm thinking the ballroom will save us from aliens somehow. Maybe. Well, it won't save us. It's probably going to save Trump and his buddies. Not us. It's not for us. No ballroom for us. Pirate by day, nurse by night says, appears to be safer to be on the Epstein list than on a scientist list. Yes. Yes, it is currently. Because ain't none of them unaliving themselves mysteriously. The scientists are the aliens. They went home. Ooh. That's some fun tinfoil on that one too. Corey says, I hit the like button. I commented. Hell yeah, brother. Appreciate you. Helping the channel as always, brother. You're crushing. I love the content. Congrats on the new studio. That misses, and I'm looking forward to this every Friday. Hooah! Thank you, brother. I appreciate you, man. Appreciate you always being here. And thank you for the support, man. Thank you. Bruce says, don't worry about the missing scientist. Nancy. Nancy Grace is on it. Nice. Joe says the missing scientist, the U.S. government didn't want to pay for overtime. There you go. T-Bone Holla. All right. Blue Eyed says, Miss for Holla, this for you. I'll tell her. You're such a beautiful woman, excellent husband, handsome son. Keep your baby girl off the stream. My happy Mother's Day. Thank you for giving husband to us. Yes. Thank you. Yeah, we try to don't really ever show my kids on Instagram or not without like sunglasses or different stuff on. I'm not like Benny Johnson, where I'm posting pictures of my underage children every single day to try to prove to everybody that, well, I'll stop there. I don't want to be rude. But yeah, I don't. I think it's weird when people constantly post and show their underage kids. Very bizarre. And I'm trying. Some of my buddies do it. All right, I'm not knocking anybody, but it's not something I'm not. Somebody said, Jesus Christ, dude. Not something I do. Not something I do. But thank you. Amy Eskridge had a massive amount of documentation of being stalked, harassed, and falling. She knew her time was limited. Yeah, interesting. It's sounding like that for a lot of them, actually. They told us Lockheed Martin built the Tic Tac UFO, but I call BS. No, fuck no, dude. No way. I don't believe it. We definitely do have technology that's advanced, but here's what I say, man. Like, if I, as a Green Beret fighting the war and Army Special Forces, didn't have access to anything cool, like it was cool, like cooler than everybody already knows about. I don't know, man. Not to say that like we have access to everything, but who's using it then? Like Delta Force not using it either. So where is all this amazing technology that we don't know about? I don't know. I'm not one, as someone who worked high up in the government and never saw anything that cool. It's tough for me to believe that we have anything that crazy that we haven't already seen. Maybe we do. But Bobby says they know our attention span. Yeah, not long. This is nothing more than information overload to keep normies off pace. Tune in next week. Wake Up America. Yeah, I wonder what the story will be next week. What we'll have next week. Every week it's something different. Master Sergeant. I was not a Master Sergeant. I retired as Sergeant First Class, homie. But thank you. You've got one mag left. Coming over the wire, a swarm of hamster-sized rhinos or a single rhino-sized hamster. Which do you want in your sector? Dude, I don't know. Probably hamster-sized rhinos. I don't think I want to deal with a rhino-sized hamster, man. But if I had a gun and it's in my sector, then probably the hamster-sized rhino because I could take it out. But if I was barehanded, yeah, I don't want to fight. I don't want to fight a rhino-sized hamster. Thank you, brother. It's clearly Russian. It says so. I didn't even think of that. I didn't even think of that picture of the disc that literally said Russia on it in English writing. Oh, good catch, dude. Good catch. That's funny. I don't know if I still have that one pulled up. Do I? I think I do actually have it here, right? Is this it? Oh shit, come on. Was it here? Oh, here it is. I found it. Oh, Jesus, dude. Oh, you're right. It's literally in English. It says Russia in English. Oh no. Oh, they weren't that clever back then, huh? Oh, good catch, dude. Good catch. I didn't even think of that, man. I didn't even think of that. That's funny, dude. Hey, that was what? That was 1947, okay? That was not, and they weren't great at PSYOPs yet in 1947. Cut them some slack. All right? The government was still learning back then. You could write Russia on a flying disc and get away with it back then, all right? That's funny. Good comment, man. Don't forget we paid for this website. Yes, we did. Yes, out of our taxpayer dollars. Joshua says the fact that no one is doing anything is all they need to know. Yeah, true. We're not. We don't care. Joe says, give us Caesar Trump. What is Caesar's? Just saying. Yeah. He kind of feels like, nah, Trump's not Caesar. He kind of feels more like Nero to me. You know what I mean? He feels more like a Caligula, if you know your history. Nero or Caligula is more what he feels like to me. Shouldn't the Trump Shouldn't the Trump statue be wearing a diaper? Maybe it is. Maybe it is, dude. That's funny. From Wisconsin, how about the name Tippy Cow? I don't mind that one. That was okay. Wangus, I think, was the best one that we got so far. The difference between Jim Jones and Trump would charge them for Kool-Aid. Yeah, he would. That's a good cult joke, by the way. Rocky says, Nate, I wasn't saying to ever trust the government. I was saying, how can we ever trust anyone who runs ever again after the BS he pulled? Why even vote? Oh, I see what you're saying. No, great point. It actually, Donald Trump and his lying about everything, right? And I don't mean just like lying about dumb shit. I mean like literally doing the exact opposite of everything he campaigned on. I think for me, even though I was never a big supporter of him, for me was a and Tulsi Gabbard. Tulsi Gabbard is really the one that hammered this home for me, that you can't fucking trust any of these people. And I'm talking about like Thomas Massey. I'm talking about Tucker Carlson. I'm talking about the ones I like. Like I want to support you, but you got this much fucking leash, dude. This much leash. You get in there and you don't do one thing that you promised on the campaign trail, I'm out, dude. Immediately, I'm out. None of them. Every politician now. I don't trust them as far as I can throw them. Even the ones that I like, right? And there's no like simping for you. And like, let's say Thomas Massey runs, he becomes president, and we supported him and we endorsed him. And then he starts doing neocon shit. I will be the first, I promise you guys, you can clip this. I will be the first fucking person to denounce my support and say, fuck you, you lied. Not saying that I think he would do that, but I'm just saying, nah, man. I think a lot of us are that way. Is just like, hey, man, you better not turn into Trump 2.0. You better not promise a bunch of America first shit and then get in there and go full slop neocon, or we're out. You know? So that's where I'm at with all politicians. There's some I like, but I don't trust any of them. Not a single one. Not a single one. Even the ones I like. I don't trust any of them. Not as far as I can throw them. And I can throw some of them pretty far, to be honest. All right. But yes, I get what you're saying, homie. Thank you. JD's big reveal, teabagging the mic, was more shocking than the government disclosure. Did JD say he did that? I feel like JD said he did that, didn't he? Fucker. Behold our glorious leader, Trump Don Pedochet. A little French there. Trump is their golden cow that they will ritually sacrifice. They prop him up to be the idol for Edom. They put their sins on him, then I don't even know what that word means, homie. We'll find out. I do think they're going to sacrifice, not like sacrifice him, but I think he's there as a Trojan horse for JD Vance, man. We'll see. They're trying to, I don't know though. They're trying to humanize Marco Rubio right now. I'm going to do a video on that too, where you can tell Marco Rubio just overtook JD Vance in the Cauchy odds, and you can tell that they're trying to make Marco likable, right? He's filling in as the press secretary for Karen Levitt, and he's out there, he's DJing at parties, right? You can see they're trying to humanize him. They're trying to prep him to be the next candidate, and nah, you're not going to trick me. You're not going to trick me. Sorry, little Marco. I'm not going to buy it. I don't buy it for a second. But again, you can see that they're already working that angle if you pay attention. David says, I wish you would look at Richard Allen and the Delphi murders. It would make your head spin. Not aware of those, homie. Sorry, man. I got 1,000 things I got to look into as well. Hopefully, maybe I just come across it as a story, though. Thank you. Revelation 21:8 warns cowards go to the lake of fire. Timothy 3:2 requires leaders be above reproach. Pastors pushing Trump alien propaganda are cowards. Well, they're shills and grifters, right? They're the same ones that have private jets and mega yachts, and they're pastors and priests. So, Hamish, ow my balls. Okay. America First says, I love the content, brother. I think all this UFO crap is is a smokescreen for remote neural monitoring and V2K technology. Please look it up. Is that kind of like Elon Musk and Neuralink? You put the chip in the brain and then boom, you can remotely control somebody. That's why I would never, ever, ever, ever. Well, I shouldn't say that. I would say if I was somebody that, if I got paralyzed from the neck down and there was a way that Elon's brain chip could help me function my body, yeah, of course. But like, to just take one of these chips to implant to have AI in my brain or something like that? No, dude. I'm not having any tech in my body, man. No high tech in my body. I'm good. I'll pass. I can use my phone for that. I knew Scary Larry was a Klingon. Oh my God. Alex says, to hell with Mars attacks. This is full idiocracy. Yeah, it is. Squared, Brondo for all. And yes, this old guy's still waiting on your favorite guitar player. Peace on ya. Dude, Idiocracy is one of my favorite movies. It has been for 2 decades. And it's just so wild to see that it's literally almost perfect proof of concept. It dictated the picture almost perfectly. Or a liberal Texas vet, 25. Oh yeah, dude. Oh yeah. Whatever is not supporting the war in Iran, wanting accountability for Donald Trump's buddies and all the pedophiles in the Epstein ring, wanting gas prices down, wanting a good economy, and wanting us to focus on this country, whatever that is, that's what I am. And if that's liberal, then sure, call me that. If that's progressive, call me that. If that's nationalist, call me that. Whatever that is, you can call me that. Okay. Call me that. Whatever you want to identify that as, that's what I am. Roy, what's up, brother? Says, hey, Sarn, the way President Blue Falcon. That's true, though. Trying so hard to get that ballroom really reminded me of every new private who received their first check and then couldn't wait to buy that Mustang with 75% APR. Yes, thank God I didn't do that. I didn't have the money for it at the time. But yeah. But the problem is the private spends his own money on the Charger or Mustang. Donald Trump's spending your tax dollars. He's not even spending his own goddamn money on it, you know? Yeah. All right. Bella says aliens are here to take Hegseth and Bongino back. They are 20 back program deserters. They can have them. Please. You guys can have Bongina and Hegseth. Take them back. The anime Guyver already told us how aliens happen. I don't know what that is, but thank you. Our government and aliens, either way, we're getting effed in the A. Either literally or figuratively, or maybe both, it turns out. The Trump administration, everybody. Hope all is well, brother. Can you have Nick, F, and Dan talk it out ASAP? We can't have America first fall apart. Oh, wait, are they going at each other? Oh, my gosh. I didn't realize. I thought you meant Nick wanted Dan to take down Ben Shapiro. Are they beefing with each other? Did I miss that? Did I miss the Nick Fuentes Dan Blazarian beef? That seems bizarre to me. Oh wow. All right, hold on. Let me blow my nose real quick. Sorry, guys. I'll be honest. I would be on Team Dan all day long on that one. Like, that's an easy choice. I would 100%. 100%. I do like a lot of Nick's stuff. You guys know that. I've been supportive of him. But between the two of them, I'd be taking Dan. Taking Dan pretty much every time. Personally, you know. We could do a poll though. I haven't seen I don't know what the beef is or like why they would even be beefing with each other. I have to imagine it's Nick saying some stupid shit that he shouldn't have said because Dan's actually pretty respectful dude. I've talked to Dan. He's a very nice guy. So anyway, let's see what you guys think. Let's see. Blazarian or Fuentes. We'll see where you guys sit on the beef. I don't know what the beef is yet, but I'm just saying at the face of it, that's probably the way I would go until I got more context. We'll do a poll. We'll see what's going on. You guys can always let me know. Dan Blazarian, running for Congress against Randy Fine, who obviously easiest support of my life between those two, Randy Fine versus Dan Blazarian. Obviously, we're going to support Dan on that one. Duh. The worst human being in America versus Dan Blazarian. Yeah, I'm pretty easy choice. But I know I can't have that. I don't know either of them, personally, so I can't, unfortunately, get them to sit down together. It's, I'd have to know them both for that. PRK says, if we all going to end up in camps, I can't think of a finer group of people to end up in camps with than this one. That's true. That's true, isn't it? Wishing a happy Mother's Day to Miss Valhalla and Mama Valhalla. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate that. But that's true, huh? If we're going to be in the camps together, at least we do have a good crowd. We got a good crowd. We got a good team. That probe would just be ice. Real says, hey, Nate, cool space, but is it small? No. So this is actually about 3 times the size as my old studio. This is just there's going to be 2 different studios in this building. All right. We got this studio here is the solo person one. And then here on my right will be a separate, it's the same building, right? But a separate studio for our in-person when we have guests. So I got to still develop all that out, right? I just got this side done. But yeah, no, it's much, much bigger. Camera's a little bit more zoomed in, so it's a little bit more personal. I think it looks a little bit better than this way. But no, it's much bigger overall. But thank you. Not sure what's worse, Trump's a draft dodger or he's both. He's both. Name the cow Wangus. Well, that's what we named the cow. That's what we went with. Thank you. John says the irony abounds when you think of all the Honduran Jesuses that the administration deported for being aliens. Okay. That's funny. That's a good joke. Roy says, MAGA veteran coworker asked me to describe this admin one word. I didn't want to get my ass UCM Jade, so I said, in a way, he understood soup sandwich. Yeah. I always say, guys, if you're active duty, keep your politics to yourself, especially around superiors. Right? Around a commander, especially, just keep your politics to yourself, man. Like, if you're talking to the homies, it's one thing. But, man. Matt, what's up, brother? Thank you. The new studio. We got a little bit more work to do. Let's all give a shout out to Matt's in the chat. Our homie Trigger Smart's in the chat. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you being here, big dog. All right. Let's keep moving. We are almost there. Most important question of the night. What's your favorite Oasis song? Oh, I don't have one. Oasis is okay. I'm not like a huge fan though. Lever Channel Mate learned loads in the last 9 months. Thank you. Yeah, they're okay, but not not my go-to. I like punk rock. Emo punk rock is my if you couldn't tell by looking at Nate that he likes punk rock, then yeah, I don't know what to tell you. But yeah, I'm an emo punk rock type guy. I do like a lot of different type of music though. I'm not a big hip hop fan, to be honest. I don't think it's terrible, but it's just not my go-to. Country music's okay, but yeah, I'm a real 2000s emo punk rock type of guy. We're going to where is it? What's the Warped Tour, right? Warped Tour. We're going to that. We're going to Warped Tour in Orlando. In I think August or September. If anybody's going to be there, let me know. AFI, yep, I like AFI. AFI, Ubastank, Newfound Glory, Taking Back Sunday, all those. Have I served? No. That's JD. That's JD Delay. JD Delay you're looking for is the veteran. You're looking for JD Delay. I'm not me. I just like all the Green Beret stuff. I just think it's cool. That's why I got it in here. All right, let's keep moving. I do like Slipknot a lot, actually. Psychosocial is one of my favorite songs. Yep. Yeah, buddy. Also, the internet, dude. Guys, the internet is so much better here. I don't have any lag in between my browsers. We got fiber optic here. So the internet's like 10 times better. So it's making the live streams so much smoother for me, which is nice. So much smoother. I do like Tool as well. Metallica's okay. Metallica's not one of my favorites. I love Linkin Park. Yes, this Linkin Park was my favorite band for still one of my favorites, but for 2 decades. Love Linkin Park. Newfound Glory and Taking Back Sunday are both 2 of my favorites. Yep. All right, let's keep moving. Wangus Khan. Keep in mind, if they release that, they know about alien tech now, then they can use it in the war. True. But the thing is oh, Adam said they're beefing. Oh, okay, we got that one already. Yeah, but the thing is, again, we can't shoot down, shitty Iranian drones. So I have a hard time believing we have crazy alien technology when we can't open the Strait of Hormuz. I'm just saying. The Strait of Hormuz is kind of shown maybe our technology is not quite as good as we let on. Sadly, shitty ass drones we can't deal with. So just something to think about, guys. When we talk about how great we are, we can't handle fucking shitty Iranian drones. There's that. We got Adri says probe in the A. Still considering if it's also fake in Goy. I mean, realizing you're a IBO in vicinity of a TPUSA conference and see Grinder Graham's reflection in the mirror. So yes, F and mostly G. Yep. Thank you, brother. Spielberg's new movie Disclosure Day will be fed slop. The timing is convenience. I have not seen the previews for that, but I'll be on the lookout for it now that you mentioned that. Wouldn't be surprised. What about the name Sloth, like Munchkin's owner? Remember the reference from a while ago? Like Sloth from the Goonies? Hey, you guys. Goonies, I love the Goonies. My sister has a house in Astoria, Oregon, where the Goonies was filmed. I've actually been to the prison. Like we go and visit her when she's down there in Astoria and do all the Goonies stuff. So yeah, we're definitely Goonies fans here. It's all fake and G. Getting our news from the newest department of F and G was hard to get this comment through. Yeah, it's hard to say that, huh? Who will win a fight, British SAS or Team 6? Oh, man, I don't know. In a fight, probably SEAL Team 6, to be honest. Currently, right? The British SAS is struggling, man. They're putting all their operators in prison. They haven't really seen any combat in the last 10, 15 years for the most part. So, yeah, they're hosing their military in Britain, guys. And Australia. It's sad to see. But again, I don't know. They're great too, right? Like this is Australia SAS, British SAS, Polish Grom. These are all they're all very, 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 very good, right? But who's better? I don't know. Tough to say. We don't fight each other. But yeah, they keep trying to put all their SAS guys in prison in Britain. So that's not great. Also makes people not want to sign up, right? When you try to put them all in prison for war crimes that they probably didn't commit after. All right. In the beginning, the womb was a portal from which we transform from the spiritual into the material world. God bless every mother. Yeah, you're not wrong here. You're not wrong. That's actually true. That's actually true. I like that comment. And yes, God bless every mother. Obviously, we love the moms. We love everybody. We love all the ladies. You guys know that. Bobby says, good night, brother. Love the show. Happy Mother's Day to Miss Valhalla. Love your new setup. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you always being here, Bobby. And also, I was going to say Happy Mother's Day to your wife, but I don't know if she's got kids. So same to you or your loved ones too, Bobby. Appreciate you, brother. Genghis says, I was probed by an alien. Okay. I get the joke. All right. That's a lot. All right. They should have term limits. The girls say hi. Freya is great peonies, as Danny is the basset hound. Oh, is great. I don't even know what type of dog. Great peonies. And Danny's a basset hound, both a year old. Congrats on your new studio. Those are good looking puppies. Ours will not interact like that. We did have one of the funniest things I saw. My Rottweiler, our couch in the living room, the back side of the couch faces like the kitchen and the rest of it. And our Rottweiler likes to sit on the couch and like put her head just above puts her head through the pillows like this and just stares at us. And last night, Munchkin jumped up on the back of the couch and waddled her little happy ass over to our Rottweiler and then like started licking her on the nose. and our Rottweiler Freya freaked out. It jumped off the couch and bailed. Munchkin likes to give our Rottweiler kisses, and then she freaks out. So, okay, let's keep going. Oh, we got that one already. Arma says, what if I am a dumb shit and don't know any better? I'm anti-Christ then. No, I don't think you're anti-Christ. That wasn't my comment. I think, maybe AJ said that. But if you don't believe in Christ, are you anti-Christ? I don't think you're anti-Christ if you don't believe in Christ. But technically, I guess somebody could make that argument. Hate how normalized the chaos has become. Yes, right. It's all, and again, it just feels intentional. Mississippi Girl says the alien videos look as realistic as the moon landing videos. That crap ain't real. Release the Epstein files. I'm with you on that. Yeah, that was just slop. Maybe we'll get something crazy. Maybe like the initial release is the warm up, and then we'll get the real stuff here in the next couple weeks, because they said they're going to continue releasing this over the next couple weeks. I don't think anybody gives a shit, so probably nobody's even going to be looking through these files. I don't think Ian Carroll is going to be using the web app to develop this stuff, but who knows? Tucker Carlson says, hey, Nate, I've been watching your channel for a while. I love playing back your streams on my 3-hour round trip to work every day. Keep it up, brother. Well, thank you, brother. Glad I can provide a little bit of entertainment for you, man. Appreciate you. Cadma says they should have kept the theme and released the alien files all blacked out with bird faces over the alien faces and flying discs. Boring. Yep. Yeah, great point. You know what I noticed, guys? Let me pull this up. Let me show you this. Let's look at what we don't see. Let's look at what we don't see in these files. Check this out. Tell me what you don't see when we go through these documents. We'll start getting into this. What do we not see? What do we not see on anything? We don't see any redactions. Nothing is redacted. No, isn't that crazy? Look at this. Page after page after page of nothing, and nothing's redacted. Crazy, isn't it? Crazy, isn't it? How we have top secret alien files and nothing's redacted in them? Sick. Sick, guys. Sick. Sick. All right. So silly. Sultana says, Muslims, we love Jesus and believe in his message and miracles. Well, don't let MAGA hear that. Ooh, they hate when you say this. We all know who tried to get rid of him can't be a Muslim. If you don't believe Jesus as a holy prophet, I name my only daughter after the Virgin Mary. Yeah, so again, you're going to see MAGA try to rewrite biblical history for Islam. But yeah, I mean, I've told the story about how I learned that Muslims love Jesus, or Isa, obviously, as he's called in Islam. And yeah, he's one of the most revered prophets in Islam, and the Virgin Mary is exalted. So a little bit different than that other third Abrahamic religion who doesn't believe. One of the three don't believe that, by the way. And it's not Islam and Christianity, by the way. That's the real reason why they like to try to rewrite that story, is because they don't like people knowing that. We need to stop milking the cow names. Okay. Good one. DJT would take credit for peanuts and a turd if he thought it would appease his base. You know how we know he would do that? Because he's now taking credit for the Strait of Hormuz being closed. That's his thing now. He's got the blockade, right? It's all America. We're the ones who are facilitating the blockade now. So yeah, we've literally seen him do exactly that. What was the results? Ooh, 80% Dan, 20% Fuentes. Woo, cooked. I don't know, man. That seems like a weird tree for him to be barking up. Because Dan don't give a fuck, dude. If you haven't been able to tell how much Dan don't give a fuck, it's a lot. That dude has 0 Fs to give, which is a good thing, I think, because he's moving the Overton window drastically for us. Because you can't cancel him. That's a great thing about being rich, is that you're uncancelable for a lot of the time. Pretty important. Nobody else can say the things he's saying. So without being completely banned and, deplatformed and having their lives ruined. But you can't do that to somebody who's worth hundreds of millions of dollars, it turns out. So yeah, it's pretty important at the moment, regardless of, you agree with everything he says or not. But Mississippi Girl says, so will we know they got you if you start sounding like, oh yeah. Yeah, 100%. Yeah. If I take a position in the government and then I come back out and then like everything I do is the exact opposite of what I said before I went into the job, that's how you'll know. That's how you'll know. Yep. John says, thinking about the chick with the triple knockers just gave me total recall. Oh, that's got to be that was definitely a Marine that brought that up. Airwolf says, will we know about the new P after Trump has his UFC fights? He will do anything to call off the midterms. Oh, yeah, the new P word. Good point. They don't want to do it before that, right? Because that would shut all that down. Good point. But he wants his B-Day and his fight on his lawn. Great point, Airwolf. Yeah, I don't think we'll see it before then if they can help it. Also, God, I can't believe that's going to do well. I can't believe that fight is going to do well. I don't know. I'm not going to watch it. And I love not necessarily the UFC as an organization, but I love fighting, right? And I love watching fighting. But I will not be tuning into that one. No thanks. That's the most bread and circuses shit I've ever seen in my life. I'm not gonna support that. No thanks. Here we go. Oops, term limits for SCOTUS and Congress. Yeah, I think both should, personally. Trump statue will just be another spot of seagulls to poop on. Congrats on the new studio. Thank you. Yeah, I'm a big proponent of term limits for both. Why would we let somebody be in Congress for 50 years, right? No, we need new blood. We need new ideas, right? We don't need the same people in there for 40 years. You want us to believe that Alien BS as released, I say open area 51 to 100 YouTube creators to film unobstructed and nothing redacted, and maybe we'll believe half your BS. Yes, that would be the time. But again, they would never let us see the real shit, right? But they would probably fabricate shit. But anyway, to your point, yeah, I don't need sloppy ass documents from the 40s that are just pictures from newspapers, man. Show me what you got for real. Do I know Jocko? I do not. Saw him today, and he's behind all this operation. What? So Josh, if you know him last, I can't think of Jocko. Jocko's behind the aliens. Good. All right. Rick Rassa says, now that we have aliens, $10 says the Trump administration will use scenes from the movie Independence Day as a reason why they needed a ballroom. Love you, brother. Yeah. We've talked about this before tonight. High chances the ballroom has something to do with this. And that's why we got to build it. We got to make sure everybody's safe from the aliens in the ballroom. Mara says, watch Pete give the speech from Independence Day, uniting all people as mankind to fight annihilation and make 7/4 a global holiday. Yeah. Bobby says, one more. I won't be investing, rather, what is this? Facis? We're trading saliva. We'll be investing. I don't know what you meant to say here, Bobby. Sorry. And trading saliva with those I don't know. So this is the next scare. Is not as scary as the media makes it. The more people. Yeah, no. So here's my thing, guys. I want to be very, very clear. Do I believe that this new P word is going to be something crazy and deadly? No, I don't. What I'm concerned with is the government using it the way they used COVID. So when I told you guys, hey, make sure you go out, you're stocked up, you've got your food, your water, your toilet paper. That's not because I think that you're going to be in danger of this new virus. It's because I know what society is going to do and the government is going to do if they try to push this through again. And that's why you want to be prepared, right? Is when people start making runs on grocery stores because the government fucking shoves the slop down their throat. You want to make sure you're prepared. So that was my point with that, right? That was my point with that. Not that I'm scared about a virus. I'm not. I'm worried about the government and what they're going to use the narrative for, right? That's what I think we should all be very concerned with. Arma says, grandmother was pure Swede. She taught me how to change the water pump on my 72 Plymouth Fury and make my own gasket. Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah. August says, I can see the ballroom being, yeah. Somebody said that earlier, August. I've had a few people talk about that, and I've seen a few people talking about maybe that's where they're playing. Who knows? Wouldn't be shocked. I would be shocked by less for sure. Navy Vet says DJT has lied so much that I wouldn't believe him if he came out and said he was obese. He won't say that, by the way. I think, holy smokes, this asshole has been wearing a fat suit. Yeah, you're actually not wrong. Be like, prove it, prove it, prove it, prove it, dude. Prove you're morbidly obese, bro. Now I don't believe you. Have you seen the song video Valhallelujah by Nanwar of Steel? A bit serious, but a banger. A couple of chats tonight made me think of that. No, I haven't. I haven't seen that. Have not seen that one. I'll be on the lookout for it, though. Thank you. Stats Guy says Trump has been having a lot of calls with Putin lately. What do you suspect all those calls are about? Ending the Ukraine war, I guess. Maybe that was supposed to be ended on the first 24 hours of him becoming president. Remember that promise? Did you guys forget about that one? We don't talk about that one very often, do we? We forget about that one. Remember, he'd have that war ended on day one. Well, what day is it? We're almost 2 years in. Turns out, no, he didn't. Turns out he lied about that one too, huh? A lot of failed promises. A lot of failed promises. I joined Patriotic Patreon. It says I get DMs where at PS or Mandarin tones need help. Yeah, oh yeah, they do. Well, that's because my instructor was Taiwanese, bro. So I have a Taiwanese accent, I guess you could say, not mainland. But I love the way you learn it. It's not easy. I tried once, too hard. Yeah. Yeah. So if you meant Patreon, yeah, you just DM me, bro. Just DM me on Patreon. It's just one of the things you can do. It's like direct messaging, like on Instagram, but it's on Patreon. You can just message me there, and then I'll respond to you. Orange says we the people need a way to remove politicians and SCOTUS immediately. That's a big problem too, is that we don't. But technically, here's the thing. Technically, we do, right? Technically, because we vote in our representatives into Congress, and Congress has the ability to remove them, we have given them the power to do it for us. The problem is they're fucking worthless. And so it doesn't do us any good, right? Chris says, my body works fine. I have no reason for an AI chip. Yeah, I agree with you on that one. AJ says, tech and body equals iron mixed with Clay Daniel. Ooh, I don't know. I'm not sure what you mean on that one. Thank you, brother. Bobby says, wonder if Tulsi is hanging in there till the midterms and then goes scorched earth. I don't think so, bro. I don't think so. She was just doing a big rant about fucking Holocaust Awareness Month or some shit the other day, hanging out with Marian Adelson and Rabbi Shmuley, dude. You guys, I'm not kidding, by the way. So, nah, I don't have any. I'm all out of hopes for Tulsi. I think Tulsi's cooked. I think Tulsi, either she was fake the entire time or she sold out. She sold her soul. It's one of the two. It's sad to see, man. She had so much potential. And again, guys, I've told you before, I really liked Tulsi. She was one of my favorite politicians. And then what a letdown. What a fucking letdown, you know? Anyway. Welcome me to Costco. I love you. Oh, you got some of those aliens right there, dude. Those are the tall ones, the Nordic ones we were talking about. Thank you, brother. Chunky says, do you think the government put spyware in all the files they're releasing? Love your vids. Keep up the good work. Maybe. If so, they're on my fucking computer now. Oh, wouldn't be surprised. Although they're already monitoring me, so fucking whatever. It is what it is. You know they're monitoring everything I say and do. So with how much discontent I have towards the government and the FBI and et cetera. Yeah. And being a retired Green Beret on top of it. Yeah, I'm sure I'm well monitored, unfortunately. Leave me alone. I'm baiting. Logan says our government is captured completely. Proof Charlie was killed by a bomb built into his mic. They bought it at Manu in Tennessee prior, then blew it up. If you're talking about the shape charge theory, I think it's John Bray's shape charge theory. It's pretty good. Pretty good. Better than most theories. Try Rosetta Stone, Adrenaline, and VNV Nation with some icon of coil. Okay. I don't know if I want to try Rosetta Stone pumped in on Adrenaline. That seems a little wild, but thank you. Roy says another difference is that private can't get out of PT and motor pool details by claiming to have bone spurs. He has to take his own accountability. True. Or you could use shin splints. That'll work for a little while. But that won't work forever. We did not do so well with the Houthis. I mean, the Houthis really didn't do shit to us either. What I am worried about is if the Houthis decide to close the Strait of Mandab, which they're threatening to do right now, and that's another 10% of the world's oil supply. If that happens, we're going up to $10 a gallon gas, like that, like nationwide, right? California will be looking at like $13 a gallon. So let's hope not, guys. Let's hope not. Bad Religion. Isn't that a Lady Gaga song? Mizzy says, watch Tom DeLonge from Bleak 182. I've seen his stuff for long. He's been talking about this for a decade. Talking about UAP videos and congressional hearings over 7 years ago. Those videos are old news. Yeah. He showed us. We saw all those back like 2019 or whatever it was. Yep. Gaja says, Mufasa. That's a good one, but that's a lion. Listen, then speak with a $50 donation. Very generous of you. Thank you. Old Goth Industrial Wax Tracks DJ saying, try Front 242, Icon of Coil, Sister of Misery, VNV Nation, and Hey, Love Life, and the lie we live, be afraid of the future. Been screaming this since 93. Hung out in the Epstein Wexner Club before it was cool. Okay. That's pretty sick. That's pretty sick if you were partying in the Epstein Wexner Club. What was that like? I mean, I imagine if you were just partying there, you obviously weren't privy to the, the pedo stuff, but that's wild. I didn't know they had a club. I'm sure it makes sense that they do, right? They they own all the clubs for the most part, but that's interesting. Thank you, brother. Appreciate it. Dark Moon says, Antichrist means you're against Jesus. There's a difference between not believing in God and being against Jesus came to save the non-believers. Yeah, I think so too. I believe that. That's kind of how I would feel about that one too. Just because you're a non-believer, I don't think you're... Well, and also... Well, I was just going to say, look at Islam, but Islam believes in Christ as a, beloved prophet. So that wouldn't really work to not believe in him, right? But anyway, make a prediction for fun. What date will the Strait open officially? Oh shit, Teresa. Fuck. It could be anywhere from 2 weeks from now to 5 years from now, right? That's the hard part. I think it'll probably be over a year before we see the Strait open. Mainly because of Israel. And they have no interest in letting this end. And until we have somebody that can put them on a leash and stop them from bombing Lebanon, nothing's going to change. So, yeah, I think it most likely, I think it's going to take a lot longer. And I think never again is fair too. Right now, it could be open and Iran controls it, right? And they make money off of it. And they charge them bricks and things like that. So there's that. But I don't see why would they open it? If you're Iran, why the fuck would you open it? Like ever again? Now, I mean, like you can open it for your own business and for European allies and stuff, but why would you ever open it to the United States again? The United States has proved it can't do anything about it. Like we can't force them to open it. So why the hell would they open it? Right? Until they get everything they want. Now my point is it could open 2 weeks from now if Donald Trump literally just gives them all 10 demands. Says you guys can have nukes, sanctions are lifted, we're leaving all of our bases, we're leaving the Middle East. So we could do that and then it would open. But obviously our greatest ally is never going to let that happen. They will never, ever, ever let that happen. So we're at a nasty standstill at this point. But I would say, I mean, again, anywhere from, I think 2 weeks is unrealistic. I would say probably maybe not even until Trump leaves office, to be honest. But again, I have no idea. Could be anywhere from next week to never, right? So it's a hard one. That's a really hard one to make a prediction for. It's completely guessing. Oisin, that's a beautiful Rottweiler puppy right there. Aliens are a distraction while America's greatest ally, unalive priest in Lebanon, to further the greatest Israel project. True, all that's happening. Gross. Texas says, Michael Jocko, ex-SEAL CIA. They're saying the Q series is 100% true. Said that about Trump about to ramp up. It's confusing because he's a good man. I don't know what Jocko has been saying about the Q series. I don't know what the Q series is, man. Sorry. Jocko doesn't have any information. Literally, Jocko has no information as to the aliens or anything like this that I wouldn't have. So I'm not really sure what this is about. But I'll give you another good either way. because it's Jocko. Mississippi Girl says, so if ET turns out to be our greatest ally, does that mean we have to pay for? Yes, that's most likely. We'll have to pay for their health care and their free education. Mississippi Girl. If they turns out that way, then yeah, we should be funding that as well. $40 billion immediately to the aliens, right? Thank you. Ninja says, love the content. Hopefully Wangus doesn't get mutilated by aliens again. Yeah, I know, but we'll be okay. Hopefully. Check out if Keith Edwards posts about AOC in 2020 after the show. Color me impressed. Check out Keith Edwards' post. Check out if it. I'm not sure what you mean here. Check out Keith Edwards' post about AOC in 2028. You mean on Twitter? Do you mean on YouTube? Like where did he do it? I mean, I watch his stuff, so I'm sure I'll see it, but I haven't seen that yet. I imagine he's supportive of AOC. He's a progressive Democrat. Carson says, if they controlled the narrative for 70 years, what changed that made disclosure more valuable than silence? Distractions. That's what I think. AJ says, but every spirit that does not acknowledge Jesus is not from God. This is the spirit of the Antichrist, which you have heard coming and now is already in the world. There you go. Well, according to AJ. But it doesn't say here that you are the Antichrist if you don't believe in Jesus. Miss Cato says, I'm behind, but I'm so disappointed. Thought the flags in the chat saved us from the camp. Nope. No. Eventually they're coming. They're coming eventually. Next EK is the Virgin Mary. Oh my God. Oh shit. Well, I was gonna make a joke and it would have been in poor taste. It was gonna be a joke. It was gonna be a joke about how her kids probably weren't from Charlie Kirk either. Immaculate Conception, or what's his name? Caleb Phillips or whatever his name is. Yeah, I don't know. Just saying. I don't really think their kids are theirs, to be honest. From what I've seen, just saying. All right. Bully. Okay. Thank you. I appreciate your channel, bro. I turned down a position with the folks in Langley because my moral compass goes beyond any paycheck for the title. Respect what you do and the conservatives you put out there. Love you, brother. Yeah, one of my homies, fellow Green Beret from First Group, works for Lockheed Martin, and he fucking hates it. He hates his guts, and I know he hates the fact that he works for him, but he makes a lot of money, and I know he's trying to move on from it. But oh yeah, Cabot Phillips, right? Cabot Phillips, that's his name. Yep. Thank you. Listen, then speak again, says Galera. What's this? Galera domain? The second? No one knew who owned it. Just Goth Industrial Club in the 90s. Oh, you're talking about the Epstein Club. Cameras everywhere, fun times as a 21-year-old, and who knew at the time and cared? Yeah, okay, well, that makes sense. Yeah, little did you know that the guys who owned it were running an international satanic pedo ring. So there's that. FYI, Google not let me send the club name. That's all right, bro. Shell with a big $100 donation. Thank you. That's super generous of you. Said, just because you are a manly man, it was on YouTube. Thank you for welcoming all. Well, that's super nice. I mean, yeah, why not? Well, I don't think, I think that's kind of what being a man is about, right? Is protect, provide, live in active service to, other people around you. And, why would you not? I've got friends from every race, religion, creed, gender, sexuality, you know what I mean? So I don't know. I have always been someone that judges somebody on the content of their character and the way they treat me, not, their skin color or their religion or their gender, sexuality. I don't give a fuck about any of that. Because again, I've had straight white dudes that I fucking hate their guts, and I have, Islamic Arabs that I thought were awesome, right? So why the fuck would you hate somebody or not be welcoming and inclusive? Doesn't make any sense to me. You know what I mean? But it is what it is. Other than, even MAGA, I'm like, come on, we'll welcome you over here. You just got to stop, being a giant simp for a psychopath. The grass is greener. You guys know, I'm not even somebody like everybody who's like, hey, you know, I don't like this anymore. We're like, hey, come, the water's fine over here. Come over here with us. You know what I mean? It's a little bit different than some other people. All right. I think we got one more. I think we made it. Oh my gosh. Big show tonight. Thank you guys. Roy says, hey, Sergeant, if they yank your VA benefits for speaking out the truth, you could start your OnlyFans selling calf pics. We'll support a veteran business. Yeah. They could pull my retirement. They can't pull my disability, right? Because that's damage they did to me physically and mentally, but they could pull my retirement. You saw them try to do it to Mark Kelly, right? So they could do that. I wouldn't be surprised to see stuff like that start. Or they start threatening veterans, keep their mouths shut, or we'll pull your benefits. I could see that. It's not going to work on me. I don't give a shit. It would suck, right? But yeah, I mean, you're not going to shut me up by threatening me. It's not going to happen. But anyway, all right, guys, we did it tonight. This was a fun one, almost 10 o'clock. Woo, it was a long one. This was a long one. We made it through all the garbage, goy slop, alien files. I highly doubt we'll be doing another episode on this. If something actually crazy comes up, then we'll do a round 2 on this one. But yeah, I don't know. I think we got it. I think we nailed this one. Yeah, you probably did, homie. Sorry. We went through them. One more from Bobby, and then we'll jump out of here. We give up. They get nukes. How do we dearth that? Kind of are. Bobby, what are you saying here, huh? Bobby, you been putting some whiskey down tonight? I'm not sure what we're trying to say here. You've been drinking, Bobby. All right, brother. Love you, buddy. Okay. We did it, guys. We found out aliens are real. We found out Donald Trump is crypto Jesus. It was fantastic. Great. Yay. We did it. All right. We'll be back. We'll be back on Tuesday. And who knows what we'll be talking about by then. All right. We'll have a couple videos before that. And that's going to do it. All right. I got to go eat some dinner. Luckily, I don't have to drive all the way home. I'm actually at home now. So that's nice in the new studio. And yeah, that'll do it for now. Thank you guys so much. Thanks to the mods. Thanks to the donations. Thanks to all the regulars. Thanks to anybody new who's here. Appreciate you being here, and appreciate the support to the channel. And yeah, I'm gonna head in, guys. All right. Have a good night, everybody. Take care.